some art. Time to do some art. Welcome to my desk. It is Sunday, August the 15th, and yeah, we're going to do some art. I have some art dolls to finish up on. I'm going to do that. Let me get to my live stream here so I can see if anybody comes in. It'll take folks a little bit of time to find me. Look at all those dolls on that thumbnail. Whoa! All right. Welcome to my desk. This is the beginning of the August caboodle doll that I'm going to make. We're going to put her aside for a minute. I will work on her tonight, but not right away. We're just going to put her on this canvas piece. And I think I'm going to take these beads apart and stitch them on one at a time. Just go through each one and stitch them onto the collar here. But that will come a bit later. Let's put that there and that there. And I've been going through all my bling and trims. And I'm going to embellish the little dolls that I did. Hi, Teresa. Oh, thank you, Teresa. That's sweet. Hi, Becky. Now, I've been calling these Dotee dolls. I've also heard them called doodle dolls. And I guess when I do my Dotee dolls, I really don't follow any rules. I guess the Dotee dolls from the posts that I'm seeing in our chats are named after Dorothy somebody or other. There's a link to her page and you can find it just by Googling Dotee dolls. But when I first started doing Dotee dolls years ago, I never even knew this lady. I learned about them from a friend. So my Dotee dolls I made just following my own inspiration. And these, I only put a face on one of them and then I ended up taking the face off of her. And I don't know where she is right now. But it was that doll that I took the face off of. And I started using Tim Holtz pre-printed cigar fabric because they already have faces on them. And traditionally they're about 4 to 6 inches in length. Well, you can see mine are pretty small. But by the time I put the tassel on there, they'll be longer. So I would encourage you, I've seen different rules out there for these, and sometimes those rules apply to a swap that's going on. If you're in a swap, of course, follow the swap rules. This one is 3 inches. So some of them are a little longer. This is about 3.5 inches. So, and I guess I read one page where they said they don't have arms. Well, of course I put arms on all of mine. So this is Mary's rebellious version of a Dotee doll, I guess you could say. Not rebelling so much as I just didn't follow any specific rule per se. But you get the idea. And I had a brainstorm about 2 minutes before I went live here. And I've been saving my tea bags. And I just grabbed 4 or 5 of them. And I'm hopefully going to empty some of these tea bags. You can see they're still full of tea. And these have been sitting around for a while, so they're sufficiently colored. And I thought it would be fun to make a tea bag Dotee doll. So we'll see if that happens. I might not get her stuffed tonight. Or I might too. Let's welcome folks in. Teresa's here. Becca's here. Janet said she's going to be in lurk mode tonight unless she's needed. That's perfectly okay, Janet. If you need to leave, Janet, you do that. So I want to send out these little, what I'm calling Dotee dolls, out to the folks who participated in my stream. And I think not in my stream, but in my pre-process hot video. And I think I have 6 of them here. I think there were 6 participants besides myself. So I've got 6 here, and I'm going to embellish these, and I've been going through my embellishments. Let's see, Teresa's here, Aunt Becca's here. Janet's gonna go post. Hi, Joyce. Welcome, Joyce. Oh dear, something's going on with Janet. Allie K is here. Marjorie, Marcelino. Hi, Marjorie. Vanessa. Hi, Vanessa. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Julie. Aw. So Janet is going to be kind of lurking off and on. There's something going on in her life. I'm not quite sure what it is, but that's okay. And if the rest of you want to, just sit back and watch. That's fine too. Or chat. We get to know the folks in the group. Now this doll, I don't have the arms on it yet. So I might leave this an armless Dotee doll. And let's see, I have this that came from, did this come from Carla? I think Carla might have sent this. We'll give her some more hair here. Shall I just start doing that? Let's take a bunch. Let's just start embellishing this. And I have some things I saved back last Friday night here. And I picked out some more this weekend. I found all of these little, I don't know what they are unless they're, could they be fingernail? Nah, they're not fingernail. I got a whole bunch of them. I either got them from Keisha or from Poet Spice. But I thought how fun it would be to make shoulder pads. Because I've got zillions of them here. Now I can't find one of them. Oh dear. Where are they? Here's another one. There's a whole bunch of them in this tray. Now I can't get it out. There's another one over here. Oh, that went in the bag. Here it is. I thought it would be fun to make shoulder pads. And I'll probably glue those on. And now, I don't have a felting needle out, or I could felt this. I think you need a felting needle, so I'm not even going to attempt to felt it on there. Let's just snip a piece of this off. I don't have enough to do every doll, so I'll just maybe do one or two depending on how this turns out. Let's start with this one. Let's start by, she's going to be an armless doll. Thank you, Allie K. How did yours turn out, Allie? I didn't see the end of it. You know, and I'm going to steal a phrase from Tim Holtz. You be you. You be you. And I'm sure the creator of Dotee dolls would feel the same way. These little dolls are made with scraps of fabric, bits and bops, bops that you have around. They're not meant to be a copy of another doll. They're meant to be unique. So, stealing a phrase from, or let's say stealing it, let's say quoting Tim Holtz. You be you. You be you. Do your thing on these. And when you are you, when you do what you're inspired to do, your personality shows through, and the doll takes on its very own personality created by you. Let me get a hold of this loop. Come on, little doll, give it up. Come on, I want that loop. There we go. And I'm going to pull that around the neck area here and make another knot. And I'll probably have to I will probably have to zoom in when I get to working on these. Right now, I'm just going to tie off this string that, it was just, the Dotee doll itself, the body was something like this, only longer. And then to create the head, I wrapped the string around it. I'm going to, before I get into embellishing these, I told the gals that I would make a Dotee doll. So let's just put all of this down for a minute after, oh, I'm getting it all knotted. Maybe putting it down for good might be a good thing. Ah, it's getting knotted in here. Come on. How did that happen? Put that on my finger here. Keep it separated. It wants to twist on itself. Once you wrap this around and twist it so much, it forms its own knot. Let's just wrap it this way and pull it again. This is how I handle extra loops like this. I just wrap it around one more time. Hold on, let me do this. And then we'll start all over and make a Dotee doll. Now, because they're named originally after a Dorothy somebody or other, Christian or something like that, I don't have that information right at hand, but I know there's a web page out for her. She was the original creator of them, and her name was Dorothy. So they might be called Dotee dolls. I've always heard them called Dotee dolls or Doodle dolls. All right, they're really just miniature dolls made up of scraps. Let me hide this thread and snip it off. And I'll grab a scrap of fabric and we'll do one from scratch. Maybe we'll do a India theme out of the, well, no, I'll have to see. Let me give Penelope this needle. We'll just set all of this aside for a minute. Put all of this up here. Because I did say I would create one from scratch. And I got some other things I want to do tonight too. I'm just getting all this stuff out. See, I get inspired, don't I? Let's just put all this, pile it up. Maybe we'll keep the blings out. All right, let's just push this up here. So, let me reach over and get my fabric. We'll do one from scratch. I did one from scratch the other night, but they were pretty. I need to put a face on it yet. So let me get a piece of fabric. Let me reach in here and get some. Let's use this. That'll be pretty, but then I'll need kind of a, well, we can use, no, I don't want to pull on that. Hold on. I need a light colored fabric for the head. I'm going to cut that. Yeah. Here, we'll use a pink color for the head. And that's really about all I need. Janet says, Mary, zoom. Zoom in? Okay. Please, okay. I will zoom in. Hold on. Just give me a minute. Welcome to everybody who's come in. If I didn't say hello to you, hello, hello. I'm afraid I'm going to knock these over. I'm going to move them. I'm afraid I'm going to knock them over the cliff. And that would be a disaster to have to clean out. Give me that. Let's just pile them up on top of the cart over here. They'll be okay. All right, we're just going to push that to the side. So we want a little scrap of fabric, front and back, maybe about 4 to 6 inches. Now, I'm going to make a head on this. So I think I'll attach my head fabric. You see, I've already printed on this, so let's use a piece that's not printed on. And by the way, Janet, if you're listening, I think I sprayed through lace to do this. I sprayed through lace with walnut ink on this fabric, which is kind of textured fabric. And this is what I got. So, but the lace, as you can tell, has a really open weave. It probably had threads in between these designs. I'll get it up over here where you can see it. Had threads in between the little leaf pieces, but you won't be able to see those. So, Janet, we were discussing using sprays through lace. All right. So I want a head here, so I am going to stitch. Right now I'm just going to cut it. let's see. Let me fold. Oh, it looks like I've already cut here. And that might be enough. Let's just cut this. Let's cut this section off here. That'll be more than I need, even doubled, for the body. So let me cut this off, and that way we'll get rid of some of this extra fabric on my table. And yes, it doesn't have to be a neat cut here because we're going to seam it up. Okay. Now you can make the head a circle ahead of time. I'm not going to do that. Look, this only cost me 25 cents. I'm going to make the head a part of this fabric. So I'm going to fold this in half. We'll put the head here. And so I don't need that much. If I make the head about 1.5 inches, maybe. Now remember, it'll be seamed, so let's just cut it about there. And I'm just guessing. It doesn't have to be perfect. Cut that there. Get some of this extra fabric off of my desk. So basically, you can do the head in several different ways. You can make the head separately. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to attach this pink fabric to my floral fabric. And I don't need this much floral, so hold on, I'm going to cut this down. Because we only want, let me even it out too. We only want about 4 inches. It's the Dotee doll, or the Dotee doll, or whatever kind of a doll you want to call it, is only going to be total from 4 to 6 inches. Let me thin this down a little. Let me shape it up a little. And this will make a good tag tie here. And of course, I'm not marking this. I'm just eyeballing it. There we go. So the head is going to fit in here. Let's see. Let's make it, let's cut this right about here. Maybe right about there. And yeah, I'll have extra, but you know, that'll get used in something, for something. Now, I could do this different ways. I could stitch it here, or I could fold it here and then tuck it in. Now, how do I want to do this? I would rather have this be, and this doesn't matter which way you put it. How do I want to do it? I could stitch half here and half there. That would make it all. I think that's what I'm going to do, just for the sake of looking. This isn't even cut straight here. I'm not a very good straight cutter. Let's put it that way. I've got a crooked eye. I should draw a line there, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to try to trim it off. And you can use a ruler or a mark. You know, I'm kind of winging this. And it really isn't going to matter too much because I'm going to put a seam in here. That's a little better. It's still crooked. All right. So what I'm going to do is cut this in half. I'm going to stitch this separately on each side. And I'm just doing a quick running stitch. And you'll see why here in a minute. And you know what? I might want this even a little bit shorter. Because that's going to be, let's say, even with that, that's going to be a pretty long doll. I want my dolls fairly small. I'm going to cut it right there. So, just so the body is about 4 to 6 inches. And any way that you can get it that way, you don't have to do it exactly the way I'm doing it, but I'm trying to explain to you what I'm doing. Now I'm going to, let's see, am I going to leave that? No, I'm going to cut this in half too, so I'll have two separate pieces. Let's just cut it in half this way. It's just easier for me. You could leave this folded and you'd have one less seam, but I don't mind the seams. Now that's awfully big yet. My head. Let's cut this down a little. So you want material for a head and material for a body. And on these other dolls that I did, these Tim Holtz ones, I just folded the fabric so the head showed up at the top. But what I'm going for is a piece of fabric with the pink part for the head and the floral part for the body. That's what I'm going for here. And of course, the head should have a face, and I'll do the face separately. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Janet Nash. And this Aunt Becca's doing her laundry. I've pulled this apart. Now, you can use different colors of thread. And it doesn't matter on this fabric, this pink fabric, what I use for the front and the back, because it's pretty much the same. So I'm going to put two right sides together, and I might trim it up again too. And I've been using this. This is thread I got at the thrift store. I can't even tell you what kind it is. But I like it because it's nice and strong. It's a nice strong thread. I got it falling out the end here. Yeah. There we go. And I'm gonna, do I have enough on this needle? Not to suit me, so when I get my thread at the thrift store, I don't mind getting out a different piece. And this needle is long enough. I've been accusing Penelope of stealing my needles. I never can seem to keep my favorite needle. I'm always losing it. So I accuse Penelope of stealing them or losing them for me. Of course, it's not me. I leave them in fabric. I found one in the doll here just a little bit ago. I think it was this one. But what I like about these needles is they've got a big enough eye that I can see to thread it. And it's sharp enough that it goes through the fabric. And I like a big long piece of thread. You may hear people tell you not to use long thread because it knots. And that's true. But I like a long thread because I invariably end up with a short thread. And then you just kind of, I am going to just kind of stitch this together. I'm going to use a back stitch here. And it won't take too long to do this little length here. Let me give it a knot in here and get that off of there. Now again, on these Dotee dolls or Dotee dolls or Doodle dolls, do your thing. You be you. And that's what makes these little dolls so fun to do, because when you're doing you, they turn out so unique, like they have their own personality. Now I'm doing a back stitch here. I'm coming back over my stitches and then I'm going front. See how I started? My thread is right here. Right there, and I put my needle behind it, and then the point comes out ahead of it. And I'm sure you all know what a back stitch is, but I like doing that rather than just going in and out and in and out, because it strengthens the stitches across the fabric, and I only have to stitch it, hand stitch it once. If I just did a running stitch in and out and in and out, I would want to do a running stitch this way and a running stitch back that way. This way I take care of it all at once. So wasn't our doll hop fun? It looks like hand quilting thread. I'll bet it is, Becky. I don't buy thread enough to know, but it just came on a spool like this. And it's a nice strong thread. I'll bet it is. You would probably know more than I would. It was in that sack of thread that I got at the thrift store. And I don't do a lot of hand quilting, but let me tell you, I'm tempted to start. Yeah, just like I need to start another project, huh? We got to BBYS. Blast bash your stash. And Becky, I did some more posts in our Time for Art group. We were discussing, oh, ignore the phone. Ignore the phone. I can't put my phone up here on mute. Sunday evening, and they still got to do those stupid telecalls. I don't understand. I got a knot in here. A little knot. Can I work it out? We just let it ring. They probably want to renew our automobile warranty or something. Oh, it's my nephew talking about maybe going fishing. Pretty soon my brother will get up and answer him. I think he wants to go fishing. Yeah. I seem to be going a little crooked here. It seems straight, but my fabric might be a little crooked. I might have to tell my nephew not to call while I'm streaming. I think my brother went to bed. He goes to bed early. He gets bored. He does still cook supper. We had bacon sandwiches tonight. Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Barbara. Chicken Pot Pie Society. Hi, Allison. Welcome, Allison. Glad to have you join us tonight. I am making a Dotee doll, a Dotee doll, a doodle doll here, just out of scraps of fabric. Down at the old fishing hole, Barbara says. Yeah. Well, my nephew knows that my brother likes to go fishing, so I think he's trying to accommodate him before winter. All right, so that's all we have to do for this. Now, I don't have my craft iron out, so I'm just going to kind of finger press this. But let's knot it here. I think I got enough thread here to do the other side too. And of course I'm using my big old scissors to cut that thread. But see, this will be the head and this will be the body. Now I'll probably trim off a little off of the head. You'll see when I get it done. And I think it's best to have your, if you don't press your seam open, I'm not going to press it open. I'm just going to let it lay toward the bottom of the doll. So let's set that aside and let's do the other side. Whoops, was that the other side? I want to make sure I have the right length here. Ah, that's it. Although this would work, but that's double, so I think that was the top. So we'll do this one. And put right sides together. Let's turn it this way. And it doesn't matter what you use as the right and wrong side if your fabric is the same on each side. And let's do this side. Cheryl says hello. Nettie says hello. Janet's peeking in and out tonight. Yay. Becky said, if you always press toward the dark, you won't get shadows. Now, see, Becky has good advice. She's saying, and that's what I did. I pressed downward. But if my head was darker than the body, I would want to press upward. But you know, to me too, this fabric is heavier because it's a textured fabric and this is just a cotton. It just naturally wants to press down. But yeah, I'm pressing down toward the dark. That is a good advice, Becky. Thank you. Becky does a lot of sewing. I don't do a lot of sewing. I'm going to learn a lot once I get my sewing machine out, but I've been quite busy lately. And we've been discussing in our group what we're going to do for the September theme. I just announced it today. I haven't had a lot of time to see the reactions to my announcement, but look, once we get it clarified and confirmed and everybody's on the same page, which I hope is by next week, I'll put up a playlist, a pre-processed playlist video, and announce it to everybody so that you will know ahead of time what we are going to do in September. Our next time for art hop is September the 10th, Friday, the second Friday in September. And if you know ahead of time, you can prepare to work along with us if you so wish. Or you can sit and watch. But I hope we'll inspire you enough to work along with us, because I think it's going to be a really fun hop. So I think all of our hops on our Fridays have been very successful. The doll hop was so fun to do. There were so many neat dolls on there. Just really, Becky did this little birdie doll, just amazed me. She took a two-dimensional drawing and converted it into a three-dimensional bird. Very cute. She did little bloomers for that bird. Aww. And, ouch. Janet Nash did a little hedgehog. Nettie, deep breaths. Why deep breaths? What are you doing? Nettie, deep breaths. What's Nettie saying? She said, hello, everyone. They're saying hello. Hello, hello. Your nerves are shot, Nettie? Oh, I think Nettie is going to go in for, what is it, a thyroid surgery, Nettie? I hope you don't mind if I mention it here. Is that coming up this week, I think she said. So let's keep Nettie in our good thoughts and prayers. Surgery is never a fun thing to go through. Just if Mary knows, she's never had surgery. I have never had a surgery on my, I've got to pull this a little. I've had a broken leg before. And I'll tell you, the dentist, I went into to the dentist last week, and they were talking about having my wisdom tooth pulled. He was, again, I was getting a second opinion on it, but he said, yeah, you probably should. And the wisdom tooth is still under the gum. It hasn't come out. And they're talking about seeing an oral surgeon and putting me under. And I've never been put under before. I told that dentist it sounded creepy. I'm sitting there going, what if I never wake up? Oh, I have fears, just like everybody else. What if they put me under and something happens that I never wake up? I guess I get to go to heaven ahead of time, huh? Because I'm not sure going the other place. Roy said the cutest thing the other day, and what was it? It was in my stream, and it was so hot there, and he's in Long Island, New York. They've had a very hot week there. Was it last week? And he was saying, if this is an audition for hell, he said, I better change my ways. I got the biggest kick out of that. I'm going, maybe you should change your ways regardless how hot it is. Oh, poor old Roy. He was being funny. He says the funniest things. I love his intro videos. Which reminds me, we're going to be having a fourth Saturday coming up here on the fourth Saturday of August, which will, not this weekend, I think it's next weekend. And the theme for that, I don't mind saying, is going to be architecture. And it's a video hop, it's not a live stream hop. And I already have several videos submitted. I do a live stream hop early on Saturday morning on the fourth Saturday to announce it. I have to tell you, I do better with live streams than I do videos. All right, so we got two of them here. And let's kind of finger press this down. And let's put them side by side. Now they'll be, right now this looks pretty thick, but I will be snipping this down a little and opening it up. So now all I have to do, let's trim the head down just a little because that's going to be an awfully big head. And let's just trim it down maybe an inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch. Let me pin this. So basically, you don't have to do a two-tone fabric. You could do your fabric all one color. Like you could do your fabric all one color of this. Like this. You don't have to make it two-tone. And then after you get it stitched up, put a little head, a circle for a head there. That's perfectly okay. That's just another way to approach it. This just happens to be the way I'm approaching this because I want a pink head. There are several ways, and that's why I say, when you're doing your dolls, you do you. You don't necessarily have, unless you want to do what somebody else is doing. But there's no right or wrong in doing these dolls. There might be, if you're in a swap group, they might say make your doll 4 inches tall, or don't put hands on it. And I'm not going to put hands on this doll because that's just a lot of extra work that I don't want to go into here. What I do for the hands is I'll take a piece of fabric and I'll cut a piece off of it like this. Well, I cut a piece off and double it in half so it looks like this by the time I have folded it. And then I'll stitch. I'll start down here and I kind of angle up, and then I stitch that way, and this is on the fold here. And then I stuff that hand while it's still right sides together. Then I turn this reverse it here. So let me get it open. So it's like this and like that. And let me fold this at an angle. So the hand looks something like that once it's all stuffed and everything. And then I just stitch it onto the doll. But I'm not going to put hands on this doll because that's too much work for what I want to do tonight. So now all I have to do is, now I could stitch it. I've been stitching it on the bottom. So I've been leaving the bottom open for filler. So all you have to do is stitch 3 sides. You can do it on the machine. I'm doing it by hand. I'm doing it by hand because I don't have a machine out. Thank you, Janet. Drop the link to the hot playlist. And keep an eye on that playlist because there might be some post videos in there. I think Deb Farrell might do a post video to finish up her doll. I don't know if she's done that. She mentioned it. I might snip this out of the stream that I'm doing tonight. Just download my video and snip it out and put it as a post video. Now this is only one of many, many ways. I got a thread on this. One of many, many ways to make a doll. This is just a simple way. And you know, I might not do it the same way from time to time, but this gives you an idea of how to start. Now this is going to be a fairly fat doll unless I trim this down a little, even with my seams. Let's trim this down. Oh, where's my ruler? Let's see, if I do a 1/4 inch seam, let's put that there. No, let's put it here. It'll be, I'll have an inch to play, so I want maybe 3/4 of an inch. Let's mark it at 3/4 of an inch. Let's cut off 3/4 of an inch, and I put all my pins down in the bucket here because I wanted them off my desk. Let me get in there. Hopefully I can pull one out. I pulled out the one that may not work. Kind of works. And this is kind of my ruler's kind of dirty. All right. Let's mark this. And maybe I can cut straighter if I have a line to go by. That pen is running out of ink. That's an old one. And this is a thin one, but it still might have ink on it. Right about there. And then if I do 1/4 of an inch here and 1/4 of an inch here, and I'll probably leave a little bit more on the bottom and maybe on the top too, because we've got quite a bit at the top. I want to cut this off here. If I get any straighter of a cut when I have a line to go by. And of course now I'm cutting through my threads, but it won't matter because I'm going to stitch up the sides right away. But you got to be careful when you cut a thread that I'll show you what I mean here in a minute. I'm going to stitch here and here right away, but I've already cut this thread, so this could potentially work out if you aren't careful. All right, let's get rid of these. That didn't have a cap. Get these things off my desk. Okay, I've got to thread my needle again. Well, I got quite a bit on there. Let's use what I have on. So I'm going to leave the bottom open, and I'm just going to back stitch again. Start down here, and I'm going to leave maybe about 1/4 inch to turn under, maybe a little bit more, 1/2 inch to turn under. So I'm going about 1/2 inch up before I start my stitching. It's just easier to turn that under. Now put in a knot. And mind you, I'm doing this all by hand, so it'll be a little bit slower than if I just took this to the machine and stitched it in. Let me do a knot in here. Oops. Well, let's do that again. Yeah, I got extra thread holding on to that. And it really doesn't take that much time. I seem to always get loops on this thread. I don't know quite why. But I'll leave it there. It's on the inside, so it really doesn't matter. And I want to do another knot. Yeah, it tangles up on me. Come on, get out of there. There we go. Maybe if I waxed this thread, it wouldn't knot up so bad. I think that's one reason why they wax a thread. I think that's going to be okay. Let's do some back stitching here. And now I'm doing about 1/4 seam allowance in there. So I probably won't, well, not probably, I will not be cutting fabric off of the edge here. It is what it's going to be once I get going here. It's a little bit harder for me to do this online on camera because if I'm sitting in by my chair, it goes a lot faster, I have to tell you. But let's just follow the program here. I don't know why that seems to leave a loops. So I hope you've all had a good weekend. What's on your agenda for next week? I've got several things I need to get done next week, plus our refrigerator. I'm going to have to call. I think they have a repair where my brother bought that refrigerator. He bought it several years ago, but now it's not only the freezer compartment that's putting off that terrible stink my ice was starting to taste bad. So I did put baking soda in the refrigerator, but that didn't stop the stink. It absorbs the stink, but it doesn't stop it. And lo and behold, I was going to buy an ice maker, and I was telling my brother I was going to buy an ice maker to sit on the counter, and he said, well, I got one. Oh, you do? Let me snip this thread off. So he showed me how to use it, and I've been making my ice using his ice maker for it, because I like a lot of ice in my water and tea. And but now I ate a Pop-Tart, and I keep my Pop-Tarts in the refrigerator, and it tasted terrible. And that it's absorbing into our food. And of course my brother, he's either denying it or he can't taste it. He says it doesn't bother him one bit. And I'm going, how can that not bother you? I have butter in the refrigerator. I made some popcorn the other night, and I wanted buttered popcorn, and it absorbed that taste, smelly taste absorbed into the butter. It's probably spoiled all our dairy. I have cheese in there. My Pop-Tart tasted bad. I'm not going to put any more food in that refrigerator. I'm going to put it, he's got a little refrigerator out in the back porch, and some of that stuff I can put in the freezer. I'm not going to put any more food in there until we get that looked at. I don't know if it can be poisonous or not, but it's sure making our food taste bad. And truthfully, I think my brother is ignoring it because he knows there's a cost to it. I don't understand. I guess if it were all my money going for all the repairs, I'd feel the same way. But I said, well, if it poisons you or if you get a tummy ache because of it, then you'll call the repairman. But it tastes bad. I don't care if it poisons me or not. It still tastes bad. What's going on here? So that's on my list of things to do. And then there's my teeth appointments to take care of and setting all that up. It's going to be a busy week next week. Deborah Mayo. Hi, Deborah. Hi, Deborah Mayo. Hi, Melissa. Rachel said, pretty much was on my agenda last week. That's my plan. What was it, Rachel? Let me backtrack. Rachel says, welcome back, and hello, Julie. Color with Melissa's here. Hi. Barbara says, Sherry, is it Habing or Hobbing? As well as Nicole, Relax Cut and Glue, shared a meme. It's so hot the birds are blowing on the worms to cool off before welcoming them. What did Rachel say before that? Not exactly a place you jump into for a swim, Barbara. Niagara Falls, just go down the falls to cool off. Melissa says she has a sewing machine. Deborah Mayo came in. Hi, Deborah Mayo. Deborah Mayo gave me not my very first Happy Mail, but one of the very first Happy Mail boxes that I got. Not the very first one, but one of them. And I called it a studio in a box. A studio in a box. My goodness, the things that were in that. Glad to have you join us, Deborah. You have insurance on it? I'm not sure if there's insurance. This refrigerator has to be at least 8 years old. I'm not sure if the insurance still, if there's insurance on it or not. What did you say is making the food taste bad? I don't know. It's either bad little water pipes in the ice maker, or bad pipe someplace. I don't know. Or the filter. We don't see a filter, but we haven't pulled the refrigerator out yet. My brother is not good with doing that type of stuff. He kind of shies away from that. which kind of irritates me because, well, you know, I'm just going, okay, well then just poison yourself. But then there's, you know, if we call the service place, at least maybe they can tell us if there's a filter on that model of refrigerator and whether you know, whether we can get to it. But it's horrible. I smell it, especially in the freezer portion, but now I can smell it down in and it's not food. It's not a bad food smell. I cleaned out the freezer. I need to clean out the bottom of it, but it's not bad food. I know a difference between rotting food and it smells like plastic. It's horrible. Now up here at the head, let me draw on it. Instead of going square, what I'm going to do is I'm going to round this off. Let me just kind of draw here. So it'll be a curve. Now, it have to be a little smaller than that. Like this. And then after I stitch it, I'll come in and trim off the pointy edges there. And I did that on my other little dolls too. I made this portion of the head more round. Now I'm going to try to stitch on the inside of that black line so it won't show on the, but it doesn't matter if it shows because I'll be putting hair on this head. And this will be a pretty big head, but once you draw it tight, see, once I put my string in there and draw it tight, it'll make the head look smaller. Right now it looks pretty fat, but, and I'm going to have to rethread my needle. Rachel says, not much of anything is going on, Mary. You asked what we had on our agenda. I don't even have an agenda. That's a good thing, Rachel. I just have some things I need to get done. I have some laundry in the dryer I need to pull out. And I got the towels and washcloths done, but I got some of my tops and things, pants that I wear around the house in the dryer. They're dried, they just need to be taken out and folded up and put away. And then I need to do kitchen towels. The floor needs vacuumed. I wish my brother would agree to get a contractor in here and give us an estimate on the kitchen. Every time I mention it, he hums and haws. If he doesn't do it, I'm going to threaten to paint those kitchen walls. And I don't think I can do the floor myself, but I can certainly paint those walls myself. I'm not that incapable. It's getting him. And what I could do is just go get a little quart of paint and smear some on the back porch, you know, and in a hidden spot so he can see the color before I do it. But I don't think our kitchens have that much wall space. There's a lot of cupboards in our kitchen. And I could do most of it myself, maybe up above the cupboards, and I think I could even tape off all the things myself. I'm not incapable of doing that. I hate to say this, but my brother runs from that type of work. He just doesn't, he runs. He's not a handyman person. And he doesn't like to pay for the expense to have it done. And the floor in there needs to be, it's an outdoor kitchen carpet that came with the house, and it really needs to be shampooed, and he's not going to do it. So I guess it'll be my expense if I want to have it done, or do it myself with a rug doctor. And then, but once I do it, then he'll say, oh, we don't need a new floor. I did spray some, let me pull this string down a little. I did spray some Resolve carpet shampoo on it, especially in front of the refrigerator, because it was just getting horrible. And so I did a little bit by hand. It helped it. But it needs a good old shampooing. Steam cleaning. So I got a lot on my agenda that I want to do. I caught on the corner. Now this looks like it might be long and boring to do, but let me tell you, once you do these, and if you're sitting by yourself doing it by your chair, it really goes faster, and before you know it, you're done. And I am doing back stitches on these because I feel like it's a stronger stitch than just doing a running stitch. But it sounds like my brother's gonna go fishing. My nephew called there a little bit ago. It sounds like he wants to go fishing. I should probably go wake up my brother. Let me do that because he might want to go tomorrow morning. You guys can stare at Penelope a little bit. I'm going to go wake up my brother because I think my nephew might be waiting for him to call back. And I'm going to grab the fiber fill. So hold on. Tommy. Okie dokie. You're going to hear a little phone talking in the background, but I can't avoid that. Hold on. Knock my paintbrushes over. Get my fiber from over here. Ann and I we were in the chat room and we discovered we both bought the same brand of fiber fill. Ha! Okay, I'm back. Have you checked to see if the refrigerator has been recalled? No, I haven't. That is an excellent idea. I will check, Becky. Oh, Deborah. Thank you, Deborah. Do you have a long blackout? No blackout. I think she's talking to Julie. Chemical taste in the food, that's nasty. Yes, it is. It tastes like plastic to me. It's a real sharp taste. My brother's yelling at my brother. He can't talk normally. He doesn't hear good, so he talks loud. So you might hear some talking going on in the background. I thought it was Tommy that called. Uh-oh, it might have been somebody else. I didn't check the messages. I just thought I heard him.
Didn't get it. I got the machine.
Was it him that called? Did you look at your messages?
I like.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
No.
He didn't even check the messages. He's gonna go back and check the messages. Ooh, ooh, bug. Hey, Dad, just me. That's what he says. Becky, that's a really good idea. I will check to see. I will check to see if there's been a recall on that. It really tastes terrible. All right, I'm on the home stretch here, down the other side. I think my nephew's probably at work tonight. Called him on a break or something. Let's see, my chat's moving or not. My chat. Rachel says, Mary, I looked up online. Someone said to make sure that you have vacuumed under the fridge, the back coil. Be sure to empty the drip tray below the fridge. Oh, that's a good suggestion. I will do that. I was planning on cleaning out the bottom part of the refrigerator tomorrow, but that's a good idea. Under the fridge, to vacuum under it, I'll have to have it moved. I don't know if I can move it myself. That's our problem, and he won't. Be sure to empty the drip tray below the fridge. I might be able to do that. I'll see if I can move it myself. The refrigerator is, there's a little small, the wall is here, there's a small kitchen counter here. The refrigerator is butted up between the kitchen counter and the stove. There's no space in between. So it has to be pulled out this way. And I don't know if I can do that myself. That's why we think we're going to have a service person come in and look at it. And I don't think he wants to mess with it. And if I do it myself and do it wrong, then I'll be in trouble. Oh. I don't know if he hears it. Hold on.
Oh, I got your message. I didn't listen to you.
Oh. Brothers. Nephews. I'm thankful for the roof above my head.
I just didn't answer a damn thing. I didn't know the message light on.
Your evaporator coils may need to be blown out. It's a messy job, but it's the best way to clean them. I don't know what evaporator coils are.
It's kind of early.
I think it would probably be best if we just call somebody who can handle that. I might do that tomorrow while he's gone fishing. I think it might be best if we get somebody out here to service it for us. Somebody who understands what all that stuff is and what to do with it. Even though it might be an easy job, if I go in there and try to do something, and if I do something wrong and mess it up, then my name is dirt. Hi, Sue T. Sounds like you could have an electrical short somewhere. It could make your food taste bad because of the plastic wire wrapped. Could cause a fire, like a plastic-like stink. That's what I'm worried about, Sue. Either that or, you know, when your food starts going bad, I hate to say it, I worry about food poisoning. I won't eat that. I won't eat it. When I taste it bad, I hate to say it's a sin to throw out all that food, but it's better than making yourself sick. So I might, while they're gone fishing tomorrow, I might call, see if I can't get somebody down here to look at it. Pay for it myself. Let's see, but it's okay if I go in a little toward the neckline because I'm going down the home stretch here. Yeah, I think I'll probably call somebody and have them come look at it. My brother's in there talking to his son, so I apologize for the extra voices here. He's deaf, so he yells. I have to yell to talk to him. And I've learned to talk in sentences of 3. Because no matter if I'm facing him or what, he goes, what? So if I talk in sentences of 3,
else.
He hears the last one, maybe.
You speak to one.
And sometimes I'll tell him something,
I don't know.
and he hears something completely different. It's so funny. I'm going, where'd you get that?
Okay. Well, I'll see you in the morning then.
It sounds like they're going to go fishing tomorrow. It's nice to know he's a real brother. Yeah. Rachel, you nailed it. He'll probably come in and tell me. He'll probably come in here and tell me he's going fishing tomorrow morning. Which is okay with me. Nope, he's going back to bed. Does he have a hearing aid? Yeah, Sue, he does have a hearing aid. The VA gives him a hearing aid, buys his batteries and the whole thing, but he won't wear it around the house. So I yell at him. He wears it. He wears it when he goes out. He wears it when he drives, but he won't wear it around the house. Can't really blame him, because I feel the same way about Dennis. We were talking about me getting partials, pulling my teeth. I don't want to become a toothless old lady. I told the dentist I didn't want to be a toothless old lady. And we were weighing the options for partials, and I told him I don't want to become a toothless old lady. And if I got partials, I might wear them if I go out, just for appearance sake. But they look so uncomfortable. I don't think I'd wear them around the house. So, I don't know. There's that to consider. Just a bunch of worry. Maybe I need to make a worry doll, a prayer doll. Yeah. It'd be nice when the good Lord made us, if he made us with, when we got old, that we could just apply for a new pair of teeth to be grown in with no pain. I need some new back teeth, Lord. I'll order them. I'll be good for... I'll be good if you give me some new ones. And I'm kind of worried about being put under. It's just a fear I have. And I know it's probably an unreasonable fear, because, people are put under all the time for surgery purposes, and they come back to life. But will I come back to life? I got this thread all looped. It's okay. It's going to be in the inside anyway. This is just a practice doll. All right. So the hardest part is over with. Sewing up the seams. So I'm going to trim up here at the top. Just cut a curve. And cut a curve here. Now this is thin enough that I don't think that these curves will cause much of a problem. But you could take some little snips. You don't want to snip too far in, because you don't want to snip your thread. But if you have a big seam, you might want to snip around those curves, and maybe up around the top of the head a little, depending on your fabric. If your fabric frays a lot, you need to be careful. I'm just going to do a couple little snips in there, so that, and you don't really need to do that for the straight seams, mostly around the curves. You just kind of want to snip it. And I'm going to turn it right side out. Now, if you had a sewing machine, this would be done in what? Less than 5 minutes, probably. But it's kind of fun to have something that's hand-stitched. It's kind of fun to have something that's hand-stitched. And I suppose in the pioneer days, they might make their own fabric and dye it and make their own yarn, spin their own yarn. And I need my crochet hook. Let's just use the end of a paintbrush here. Work it out here. Yeah, see, this fabric is... What did I do? Did I put the, I did it wrong. See what I did? I'm going to have to take all that out. I wasn't watching. I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to put a belt on this. I didn't have right sides together. I had right and wrong side together. Because I'm online and I'm not watching what I'm doing. But theoretically, you'll have right sides together. But you know what? I don't mind. I really don't mind that. Well, no, I have it. No, I have it wrong. I have one wrong side out. Oops. But I'll put a belt on that, and that'll take care of that. If you do something dumb like that, there's always a way out of stupid. There's always a way out of stupid. You repent. The first thing you do is repent. Admit you made a mistake and repent. I've repented of my stupidity here. It's not too bad, really. I kind of like it that way. But I'll give her a belt across there to cover that up. Oops! But that'll be in the back. That could be part of her hair. But this will be the front. And let's get it. I don't want to press on that too much. You repent of your stupidity first. When you do it online in front of the whole world. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. We'll give her a belt and it'll all be covered up. Here, this would even work for a belt. This would work for a belt. But let's go ahead and stuff her. I got my fiber fill here behind me. And I'm just using this polyfill that looks like this. It's premium polyester, best performing fiber fill for pillows, dolls, stuffed toys, and crafts. Don't ask me where I got it. I've had it for a while. And then I just stuff a little at a time. And this doll is going to be easier to stuff than those tiny ones. But you just start putting fiber fill. And I do like to stuff it pretty full. And stuff her down in there. Looks like lipstick. Yeah. We won't tell anybody, Laura says. Lipstick lady. Yes, it could be a lipstick lady. But once I do her head here and put a little skirt on her, she'll take more of a shape. But I want to, you'll see. You'll see. We'll just keep going here. Now when you do a tube like this is really kind of like a little tube. You'll have kind of a squared off head depending on how, and I tried to round it, but I should have probably rounded it more. I probably could round it more, but I'm just going to leave it like that, and we'll put long hair on her or something. A scarf on her, and after I draw the head in, that'll round it off a little, but let's just get her stuff. And just keep putting fiber fill in her. Lipstick lady, Aunt Beck says. Riri says, Mary's thinking of denture processes 30, 40 years ago. It's way better now. Yeah, that's true, Riri. They used to tie a string around your tooth and tie the other end of the doorknob and slam the door shut. That's true. My mother had all of her teeth pulled and had dentures, and so did my dad. I don't remember my mom and dad without dentures. But they quit wearing them too. They just took them out and quit wearing them because they were always around home. They never, my dad quit teaching school, so he didn't need them anymore. And my mom took hers out because she lost them. We went school shopping, I believe, and we'd always buy a box of crackers or something to eat on the way home. And because, you know, we drove to town. We drove 30 or 40 miles to go to town. And we'd always, rather than stop at a restaurant or something, we would just buy sandwich meat and cookies and crackers and stuff like that and eat on the way home. And have a picnic on the way home. Well, my mom put her dentures, she took them out of her mouth because, you know, she'd eaten and they were uncomfortable. So she took them out of her mouth and put them in the cracker box. Well, when we got home, she cleaned out the car and threw the cracker box away. and there went her teeth. And my dad said, go get you another pair, and Mom just refused to do it. She said, I'm done with dentures. So after my mom quit wearing them, my dad, now this is the part of the story that you guys have heard me tell this later, but this is true love. This is true love. My dad, when my mom quit wearing dentures and had to eat food that was, relatively soft that she could gum it, my dad took his dentures out, put them in a jar on the bathroom shelf, and never wore them again. They sat up there on the bathroom shelf. And he just said, if you aren't going to wear yours, I'm going to love you and not wear mine too. He said, I'll be right there with you. That's what he said. My dad was, I have to say, especially when he got older and, when all of us kids understood what love really was. And, my dad, even to the day that he passed away when he was 79, my dad did, and he passed away at home. But even to the day that he passed away, he made sure my mom knew that he loved her. He was always telling her he loved her. And he cut this a magazine page that it was a jewelry ad which says something about forever love or something like that. And he tore that. He saw that ad. It was like a ring ad. And he cut that ad out of the paper and glued it, taped it up above the sink where Mom did her dishes. And after they both passed away, I went down to that house when nobody was living there, and that picture was still there. It just made me cry. It made me cry because, he was just, he loved my mom. And my mom would ask him when he passes away, where did he want to be buried? She's making pre-arrangements for him. And he just said, I don't care where I'm buried as long as I'm buried alongside you. That was my dad. And I'm sure a lot of dads were like that. But, yeah, that was my dad. Now I'm just kind of, see how I left that 1/2 inch where I didn't stitch? I'm just kind of finger folding that, finger pressing it in. Angie says, I say I love you all the time to myself. Well, that's a good thing to do too, Angie. If you don't love yourself first, how can you love other people? There's nothing wrong with loving yourself as long as it's, not narcissistic to the point to where it's, what do you want to say, sickening. But self-love is okay because if you love yourself first, you're able to love, if you even like yourself, you're able to love others. And that's something that I had to learn because I have to say, growing up, I don't think I liked myself too well. I was never good enough. I always wanted to be my sister. My sister was a cheerleader. Now, it was a small school, granted. She didn't have a lot of competition, but she was a cheerleader. She was president of a pep club. She was, in quotes, popular. She was pretty. She knew how to wear purple lipstick and she was everything, and she was artistic. She was everything that little sister wanted to be. And I wouldn't say I copied her so much. I didn't go around copying her. I did sometimes. Like she had this white fur collar that she had one of her high school pictures taken in. And it got handed down to me, so I had to have my school picture taken with that white furry collar. But I didn't copy her a whole lot. But I did admire her artistic talents. Now I'm going to get another long piece of thread here. And we're going to stitch up the bottom. But before I break the bottom, I'm going to thread my needle up to the neckline and wrap it around the neckline and draw that and make a head here. Now this is just one way to do it. It's one of many, 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 many ways. And I'm not even sure that this is a way. This is the way I'm doing it. And this is the way I did most of my dolls, only I did not always do a two-tone here. Sometimes I just used all one piece of fabric, mostly that Tim Holtz fabric. Now, you could, before you stitch this on, you could embroidery a face on there. I think I'm just going to draw a face on there and put some hair on her. Or I could draw a face on a separate piece of fabric, which is what I'll probably do because I tend to mess up my faces. Let's get a piece of thread here. And this is just the base of the doll. Wait till we get to embellishing it. Now, I tend to tuck this in, but and then kind of pull on it this way so that it's nice and even, but I don't always get it even, so I take a straight pin. You see that's not even in there. I take a straight pin and kind of work it till it's like I want it. And if I get part of it and get my stitch started, like I'll get this half started here. See, that's pretty even, not perfect yet. There. Now, I'm going to take my thread, and it's a big long thread, and I'm going to stick it down in the body about halfway up, and let it go through on the inside, and try to work it up towards your end of your bottom of your piece there, and pull it through, and keep pulling it through, but only pull it through so that your thread comes about to there, and that kind of hides your tail inside of the fiber fill. And I think I'll snip this end off. Snip it off. I use those Tim Holtz scissors for other things other than threads and fabric. And then, I'm not always the best stitcher here. Sometimes my stitches aren't the prettiest. And I am using a white thread here instead of a black thread or a brown thread. I used a black or brown thread on my other dolls, but I think you guys can see white better anyway. So I'm just going to make a knot here. And hopefully I won't knot it all up. I tend to knot this up. I don't know why. Let's see if I can get it pulled through without knotting it. There. Now I see I have this thread picks up stuff. I've got a little something on that. All right. Now again, get this kind of straightened up in there. And I'll straighten it up as I'll work on it as I go so that it's folded under. Now you can do a blanket stitch, but I tend to hook one end of the fabric and then bring my needle in and hook the other end. And push it through. And as you can see, I have kind of a loop going this way. And I draw my needle up through that loop. Like this. I've got a long thread here, and it's catching on anything at once. I just draw it, continually draw it through, and you can see it's on the inside of that loop there. And so just kind of draw it closed. And then just keep doing that all the way down. Now I lost hold of my fabric. Let's do that again. And you can just pin this. I traditionally do not pin it because I keep poking myself with the pins. I just kind of clamp it with my fingers. And let me just stitch this close. It's kind of like a little blanket stitch in a way, but it's not as evident as a pretty blanket stitch would be. And it gets easier. As you work at it, it gets easier. I see I've got a little tail hanging there. A little extra thread there. So it sounds like my brother's going fishing tomorrow. maybe I'll clean the oven. The oven needs to be cleaned, and I have to do it while he's gone. I have to do it while he's gone. Otherwise, he decides he all of a sudden wants to cook something in it. Oh, what's this? There we go. It sounds like I'm really bad on my brother, but no, I love my brother. It's just, you know, it's just life. I have to do these things out of his presence. Or he supervises me sometimes too. And I know what he'll say. One time he went to bake something in the oven, and he turned on the oven is self-cleaning, so it's not that hard to clean. But he turned on the clean oven button instead of the bake button, and it locked the door. And we couldn't get the door unlocked. Finally, he shook the bejeebies out of that oven. But then he discovered if he lifts the top of the oven, the top lifts up so you can clean the burners. He said there's a latch there. But if I went to clean that oven while he was at home, he would have something to say about it. He said, we're going to lock it. You're going to lock it, and I'll never get it undone again. Now see, this is pretty well stitched together. I got a little thread hanging here. Let me see if I can stitch that little thread. Yeah. So, even though he's my brother, I still... I have to sneak around him sometimes. There's a lot around here that needs to be done. We got volunteer trees growing up in the yard. And he usually cuts them down every year, but they're getting pretty tall. And I asked him, I said, I'll help you cut those down. But the thing that he uses to cut, he said it broke. And that's why he hasn't cut it yet. So I'm thinking, I was seeing this ad for a tree trimmer type thing. And I was thinking that might be a good thing to get for him for his birthday. His birthday is coming up here in September. So if I'm going to get that, I got some extra money from gift certificates. Yet. And I might just buy him a birthday present. I'm not sure he would appreciate a tree trimmer for his birthday, but what else can I get him? Food? He's got all the clothes, you know. He doesn't need a whole lot. Guess I should get him something related to fishing, but he's pretty hard to... So a tree trimmer, I think, is on the agenda. I already bought him a weed whacker. Oh, I'm just talking. I'm talking because I don't have anything else to say. But I'm glad his son is asking him to go fishing tomorrow. I've got to pull that through a little better. He likes to go fishing, and he doesn't get to go enough, so I'm glad that his son is asking him to go tomorrow. The weather's been cooler here. If it was as hot as it was a week ago, we wouldn't be doing it, but this thread. I'm just about done here. Now, I could stuff some more in there, but I don't think I'm going to. I'm just going to work it so it's sort of even on each side. And this doll is not going to have arms. I'm not going to put arms on this doll because I want to get it done. See how I always loop that? I don't know why. My threads are even when I start, but for some reason or another, they're not even when I finish. Loop it. Get a little loop in there. Which one is it? It's that one. It's the bottom one. It must hold on to something and not pull through. And now I got them both pulled out. It's this one. There we go. Mary's talking to herself. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm just about done here. And then we'll get to the fun part. That I said I'd make a Dotee doll, doodle doll in my stream tonight, so I am. Get this tucked in a little bit more. Hold on to it with my fingers. And if you use a thread that doesn't contrast with your fabric, I'm using a white thread here. But a darker color thread would probably go better on here. But this, I'm going to keep this doll anyway. I'm not going to give this doll away. Oops. And I don't know, I've never seen anybody take this part of a doll. Mostly after you've stuffed it, you have to hand stitch the... I've got another loop in my thread there. I don't know if I'm going to get rid of that one. Let's just stitch it in. Mostly when you close up your doll here, you hand stitch it. Yeah. I'm almost done. Almost done. And I'm not saying that I'm the best at doing this, but I'm not unhappy with what I do. I'm going to pull this loop again here. I don't like the little hanging loops. So I'm just going to put my thread through it and pull on it. And that kind of makes it lay flat. A couple more stitches. Tuck that in a little bit more. And I like to make my needle go between the threads, between this thread and this thread. It kind of makes a nice little, I guess you could call that a blanket stitch, only it's not really a decorative blanket stitch like what we would think. Whoops. I dropped my needle. Okie dokie. I think that's good. Now, I got the bottom stitched in. So now what I want to do, and kind of push this. It's a little crooked there. It's a little slanty, but that's okay too. We can. This end is a little bit longer, I think. I didn't fold that fabric in as deep. But what I can do now is I take my needle and stick it through, and try to stick it through the seam if you can, because you don't want to stick it through here because then you'll draw it up that way. So stick it down through the stream, try to get it in there through the seam. Oops, it's hard to do online here because I can't get it up to my nose. So I'm sticking it back down through and maybe close to where you came out, where you ended. There. And then I want to push that needle through the fiber fill and come up here at the neck. Right there. Right up here. So I'm drawing this thread from the bottom here, inside, up to the top. And I got a pretty long thread to do this. And you don't want to pull on it too tight. Leave it, let it, it's already shorter on this side. That's a Mary thing, but that's okay. Then I'm going to take this, kind of work some of this fiber down if I can. Just kind of make room for a neck in here. So I'm just kind of shaping it. And then I'm going to take my thread and draw it around like this and pull it tight. And thread is doubled, and it's a strong thread, so I won't break it. If you're using a thinner thread, you for sure want to double it. And I'm just drawing it tight, and it forms the little head. There. Now I'm not going to put arms on this doll, but if I put arms on her, let me continue here. If I put arms on her, I'd either stitch them there. Sometimes I stitched them on the back if I had a long arm, and I'd stitch them on the back, and it'd kind of give a shoulder in there. You'll see that on a couple of my dolls. Let's see if this one has that. Yeah, if you look at this, let me see what's showing here. You see how this part here and this part here is on the back of the doll, and it's kind of like a shoulder. And then on the front of the doll, you know, and I kind of stitched, as I stitched this on, I stitched it down here, but I drew and stitched a little bit in here to shape the arms and to kind of make them hold on to the body. Otherwise they, you know, they out that way. So this happens to be a gentleman. Whoops. This happens to be I'm out of frame. Let me get back into frame here. This happens to be a gentleman doll here. But what I was saying was, if you didn't stitch them down right in there, kind of did some little catching stitches there. And if I didn't do that, my arms would stick out straight, and I didn't want that. So, let's continue on here. And see where I left. Now you can hardly tell that this is the front side of the fabric and this is the back, the inside. And you can hardly see this little seam in here. So that really didn't matter so much. What's on this one is you can really see a pronounced slant here. And that's okay, because I can put my tassel on there. I can hang my tassel right there. And maybe a shorter one here and even that out a little. So I'm just going to draw the head tight and then get in there and tie a knot in my thread here. Now I could either draw or paint the face on, or I could do the face separately. And I think I'll practice the face, because that other face that I put on the doll tended to be way too big. Maybe I'll practice the face first before I draw it on. And then I hide my thread. After I've knotted that a couple times, I'll go back down through close to where I came out, bring my needle in the body, push it down through the body, a couple inches, and come back out. See, my needle's coming back out here. Pull my needle through here, pull that thread through, pull it through, and then when you cut it off, kind of press down on your doll, because that will shorten the thread, and then snip your thread. And then that'll hide your thread, it won't be sticking out. So now she's ready to be decorated. And I think I'll draw her face. Penelope, let's practice the face here. And well, look, see, I've got this I've got several things I can put on her, but let's do the face first. I get sidetracked. I'm going to practice it on a piece of fabric here. I snipped some of that off, but I don't think that's wide enough, so let's just cut another piece off here. We'll practice drawing a couple faces. All right. So I know the head is this big. Let me get out my pen. Oh. get out a pen to draw with. This one might work. That's a white. Alright, we'll do these first. It isn't going to matter. And a red pen for the lips. So on my practice sheet, I don't want to draw on my doll, but I'm going to mark here, there, and maybe there, here, and there. So I know my head is just about like, now this is just practice here. Like that. It's not coming through too bad. And so let's just draw a face. See how this fabric takes it. This is a textured fabric, so it's not going to have a smooth line. Now we know the eyes come down about a third of the way. We know that already. And so, let's make an eyeball here. Shall we give her flirty eyes? Let's make her flirty. Another eyebrow there. So you can practice your faces, just little doodly faces. These are just little fun dolls. And I'm just going to draw mine on. You can embroidery them. I'm not going to take the time to embroidery that face. Let's give her some prettier eyebrows here. Darker eyebrows. And let's do some lips. Red lips here. One of these I did, it looked like she got into her mother's lipstick, but this is much better. Okay, let's cut this out. Those big scissors are too big. Let's try these. Oh, see how this face looks on this doll. I'm not going to put this one on it because I don't want to stitch. You could stitch it on there. You could glue it on there if you wanted. I'm seeing these dolls glued together. I'm not going to glue mine on. I'm going to draw it on. And although I could hot glue a face on there. This black off of there. Alright, let's see how that looks. That's still a pretty big face, isn't it? See, I tend to make my faces big. Not too big, but maybe just a little bit smaller. Maybe just a bit smaller. Looks like I got, oh, that's from spraying. I sprayed, this is off of part of that fabric that I sprayed with the India ink. It's dirty on the other side. So I'm going to trace this around again, but I'm going to cut it smaller. I'm going to cut it before I draw it. To me, that's too big of a face. I tend to give them big faces. I guess it's okay to have a big face, but now let's cut it a little smaller than that. Okay. Is that? No, it's the same size. It looks bigger. All right, we're going to cut on the inside of it. Maybe about a... and it's not going to be perfect. Because I don't do perfect. Another reason why I just don't want to put this down is this fabric tends to be a woven. It has a weave to it, so it would fray out. This will fray out, even if I stitched it on. I could put some fabric check, what do you call it, fray check on it. No, we're just going to do it this way. I just want to kind of get the size of it. Because I tend, like I said, I tend to draw them bigger than they need to be. And you don't have to do this. I'm just doing this to get my face on there. You can get the face on there any way you want. See how much smaller that is? I think that'll be much better for a face. And this is the right side. We're going to do it right in here. I think that'll work a lot better. So, let's throw that away. We don't want that. All right, let's try again here. I think I'll do it this way. Look at the difference in the size. All right, come down a little here and draw the eyebrows. This will be an eyebrow. This will be an eyebrow. Put the eyes in here. And I'm using a felt pen, so. And I'm just going to make, I was going to give her flirty eyes. Let's give her flirting eyes looking to the side. Give her a little nose here. Yeah. Give her some red lips. Hold on to this better. Now on that other face that I drew, I don't know where it's at, it's here someplace. I drew it on felt. And I used a super tip blue marker to try to put the eyes in there, and super tips are not permanent markers, so it kind of smeared on me. These are permanent markers that I'm using here. These are Sharpies. Well, this is a Pen Plus Gear and this is a Sharpie marker. So any way you can get your face on there, you could use that for a pattern and embroidery. You know, draw it in pencil on a piece of, I wouldn't use a textured fabric, I would use a cotton. This is part of a curtain. It's a textured fabric, but I think that'll look better on her. So, I'm going to start her eyebrows right about, let me get my pen in. Put a pin in there. Start her eyebrows right about here. Right about there. Right? Could come up just a little with the eyebrows. Maybe I will, because, yeah. So right about in there. So here we go. However it is how it's going to be. Hold on, I don't want to do red eyebrows. And this is just how I'm doing it. I would recommend, if you're a beginner, to practice your faces first till you get a face that you're happy with, and maybe do it on a piece of felt. If you're good at embroidering, you can embroider that face on there. All right, I'm going to hold this tight and do a little face maneuvering here. And give her a face this way, an eyebrow here. And let's move my pen now. That just kind of helped me place it. So there's her eyebrows. Now let's do her eyes. And like I said, I'd practice my eyes before you do something like this. If you're good at doing eyes, like Lori, Paint Girly, she can do eyes almost blindfolded. Now I'm going to give her a flirt eye, which means I want the eyeballs looking off to the side. Flirting. She's flirting. And the other eye in here. I'm pretty happy with that. Now it looks like she's got a pretty flat head, but remember, I'm going to be putting hair on her. Let's give her a little nose up here. And some lips. Make this a little darker if I can. And you could try to give her some eyelashes. I might use a fine point to give her some eyelashes. Okay. Let's give her some lips. Now her lips are going to kind of interfere with the fold of the fabric, so I got to be careful here. Put on my lipstick, Mom. There we go. Oh, I'm pretty happy with her. So there she is so far. Now, I've got some faces to put in my journal if I want. I got another one over here someplace that I did the other night. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know where it was. I was looking at it the other day. All right. So these I'm not going to use. These were just practice faces. This helped me get it the right size, because this would have been entirely too big. And so I brought it, I would probably say half the size of this one. Okay, so now we got to decorate her up. And she needs some hair. And I have that brown, let's play with this. This is roving. I don't have a felting needle right at hand. I do have a felting needle, but it's not right here at hand. So I'm just going to kind of pull on it and swoosh it out a little. Roving is a wool, kind of a wool yarn. And we're going to give her some hair. And we'll do this all the way. Look at the difference with her hair. Look at that. Now, how am I going to attach it, though? I think I'll leave it that way and then cut it off right about here. Snip it there. And we might have to cut it a little, or just bring it down a little bit longer. Let's even out the sides here. Let's make this even. And this will be the center. I'll kind of center that on her head with a pin. A pin, Penelope, a pin. And we'll give her bangs, but for right now, let's just do this. And we'll do the back too. Or we could do part of the back and just let it, put a scarf or something on her. I don't know if I want to use all of this. Now I probably could stitch this down. I'm thinking that I'll just glue it down now, but let me pull it out a little here. Allie K says, we were asking me how big my doll is, Riri. Melissa says she's doing some spring cleaning now. Aunt Beck said she's just come back. Oh, thank you, Becky. We're getting there with her. We're getting there. She's not going to have any arms. This doll is not going to have any arms. Now, if you don't have any roving or anything, I'm just using this because Darla sent this to me. But you could do the same thing with some types of trim. I don't happen to have any, but sometimes you can buy that braided trim. Some braided trim, it's a cording, and I don't have any right here that I can pull apart. But there is a braided, in the trim section, they sell a trim, and you can untwist and fluff it up like I'm doing this. I don't know if I have any right at hand here to show you that, but I will do that for my tassels a lot with that trim. We'll just push some of this out. Now I'm going to pull this off, and I'm going to cut several pieces this length for the rest of her hair. Let's just cut some more this length. Maybe about 5 pieces should do it. 1, 2. I'll have to get some more of this the next time I go. I don't know if I can get this at Walmart, but the next time I go shopping, I'll look for some. I think I've got some yellow. I know I got some yellow because I was sending it off. I think I sent Tanya some. I think I sent Lisa some. I don't know if did I send some to you, Becky? I meant to. It's yellow. This is more of a tannish brown. This is pretty. All right, I think I was going to do 5 pieces here. One more. I wish I had some of that trim handy. I would show you. I'll show you in another video. But there is a trim that you can unravel like this and fray it out like this. And it makes a pretty... You can make hair, or you can buy doll hair too. I just don't have any. I have some doll hair, but I don't have it where I can put my hands on it right now. But I'm just going to pull out the ends. And this I might have to pull out a little bit more, but for now we'll just pull it maybe a couple inches out. But you can put a scarf on her head. You don't have to do hair. You can use fabric hair, you can use yarn hair, you can make hair out of yarn. Untwist your yarn this way. Some yarns you can untwist. This happens to be a pretty wool roving. Becky said, drive was fine. Oh yeah, Becky and Scott went for a drive in, was it Columbia, South Carolina? And that was fun. They took us along, and Becky was pointing out all the different buildings. I didn't get there to see it all, but what I saw I liked. Here comes a choo-choo train. But her video is on her channel if you guys want to go to Charles. Is it Charles? No, it was Columbia, South Carolina. And there was one building she showed that was converted into artist studios where the artists could live and work. You could live right next to your studio. And I thought, oh, how fun that would be. You'd probably have to be dedicated or be independently wealthy or retire on retirement or something. Or a famous artist who sells all your art. Drive was fun. Forgot I had turned the kettle on. We came home quickly when I remembered. Still enough water for a cup of tea in the kettle. That's good. That's good. Rachel, Angie says, Rachel, I'm glad everything was okay on the road and on the stove, Becky. Oh, Rachel said that. Oh my, I'm glad everything was okay on the road and on the stove. What did Angie say? Rachel, I'm about ready to go to bed and watch and chat with you all. Okay, Angie. Julie says, woo, Becky. Yeah, I always worry. I know there was one day that I was leaving and I told my brother, because he was going to go fishing, or he was going to leave that day too. And I said, be sure that you have everything turned off. I said, we don't want to leave things going. What was I telling him not to leave on? I can't remember. But I was, I was doing the sister thing and griping at him for, make sure you have everything turned off. And I went up to Grand Island that day and I got up there and I'm going, did I unplug my coffee pot? I had to call him. Well, it turns out I had unplugged it. But sometimes I'll walk out of the house and forget to unplug that coffee pot. And it's the type of coffee pot that we unplug it to turn it off. We just pull the plug on it. I don't even think it has an on-off switch. You just plug it in and it perks. And I use it. It's an electric percolator. And I use it. He makes this instant coffee in the microwave. I don't like instant coffee. But I am this morning, because of the horrible taste in the cream, half and half. I'm not drinking that half and half, so I'm going to try to train myself to drink my coffee black. I don't particularly like black coffee, but I like it less when it tastes like plastic. So I had black coffee this morning. All right. Now, I think we got a full head of hair here. And I could just kind of stitch this on, I think. Just draw some little stitches in there. Except, do I want blonde in the front? I think I want blonde in the front. She's going to be a blondie in the front here. Yeah. So, kind of place it on there even as you can. Now, do I want to give her some bangs? I think she needs some bangs. Let's pull a little off and make some. Oh, they're going to be dark bangs, though. Oh, well. How am I going to do that? She says, how am I going to do that? Let's pull it open, maybe. Like so. Like this. I'm going to have to pull it up wide. And we'll let this part be alone, and we'll pull this part out. And pull that part out. And we'll give her some bangs here. Because she's got to have bangs in her eyes. And let's put the pin right in there for now. Oh, I'm liking that. Get those bangs out of your eyes. I can just hear my mom saying that. So let's use a gold thread or a goldish brown thread to sew this on with. And I'm just going to take tacking stitches. Let me thread a different needle. If I can find the needles. I accuse Penelope of stealing all my needles. And I don't think I brought those other needles in here. Oh, Penelope, what did you do with all my needles? We could use a curved needle here. These are bobby pins. Oh, is that needles? No, those are scrunchies. I don't think I have another package of needles in here. So let's just, and those are pretty big. All my other needles are out in the other room. Maybe Penelope has a curved needle in her body. Let's see. Those little needles, I accuse her of stealing them, but what happens is I put them in here, and then they work their way in. They work their way down in here, and I can't find them until is that one? Is that a needle? And I should leave the thread in them. I can't find one. I'll use this curved needle. All right, I don't want to spend all night. So let's thread this needle. Now, other things you can use for hair are you could braid some fabric and make fabric braids. That would be fun. You could braid some yarn. You could have ribbon hair. See if I can get this threaded. Thread from this side. Got a big enough eye. My hand's kind of shaky. Come on, Mary. You can see that eye. It's a big eye. You can get that thread through there. My hand is shaking. And let me snip it off by my scissors. And the fan's blowing my thread. Alrighty. So we're going to sew her bangs on first, and I'm just going to take a few tacking stitches. I think I'll make a knot in her head here first. And actually the curved needle works really good on here because we're working in dimension. And I'm going to take that out and start the needle down and draw it up through. And so I'll hide my thread right in there. And this is the back of the doll. And pull it through. And this is and I know it's hard for you guys to see that thread. I can hardly see it myself, but I'm pulling it so I'm going to hide it in there. Or you could leave it there. And I've done this before too. Where did my scissors go? Leave it right here. Get off of there. Leave it here and just snip it off is easy too. But don't pull it out anymore. Now I got all this messed up. And then put a knot in here. Don't pull that through anymore. You want to make a knot. Let me make a knot here. Put it through there and pull it tight. There. Now we got to situate our bangs again. The pin's kind of holding on to them. Alright, now I'm going to try to just kind of tack that roving on there. And again, this is not a doll to be played with. So I wouldn't say that this is something that I would handle a lot because this is just kind of, I hate to say basted in, but it's kind of basted in. It isn't anything that I would consider being in there and being combed and played with like a little girl would play with it. This is more of an art doll. Oh, my hand is shaky. I can't get a hold of that. I'm going to straighten this out a little bit more. And don't worry about the thread because I'm going to put more yarn on over the top of this. The thread will show until I cover it up. And I'm just kind of tacking that down. And this might be what I have to do for Papa Pierre to cover up his, when I put real hair. Annie V sent me some real doll hair and it's gray, it's perfect. But I glued his beard on with glossy accent. And this part of his beard is really nice, but where I glued it on with glossy accent, the glossy accent turned really dark and stiff. And so I need to take care of that. I'm going to come back over here. Come back again here. And just kind of tuck that down. I think that's good. Now we're going to do her blonde hair which has kind of little brown tip here. And let's open it up just a little more here then too. And it's gonna go, let's fold it in half so we have it even. And put this on the center of her head right in here. And I'm gonna pin that on. Where's my pin? Put that right in there to hold it down. And then I'm gonna tack it with my thread along here and then underneath, maybe in here and on the side. I don't want a whole lot of tacking on it, but I don't want it to fly up like that either. Excuse me, either. We had bacon sandwiches tonight. So let's tack it on. Whoops. Get in there. Just tack it a couple places here. And like I said, this isn't a doll this is more of a doll to look at rather than to play with. I wouldn't want anybody to pull her hair off because you could probably pull it off. And when I say tack, I'm going to go right back down inside of there, just a short ways from it. And let's come up under here, maybe way under there. Yeah. Bring it back down under here, right down at her neckline. And so it's tacked on right here. This side is not tacked down, but this side is. Do I need to do another tacking stitch? Maybe right down in here. Right down in there. So let's do that. And I'll come back down in. And right in here, I'm going to put another little tacking stitch. And it's just a little stitch to hold on to the hair. And how durable that will be, I don't know. We'll find out in the long run. Now I'm going to bring my needle, if it'll reach, I want to bring my needle over on this other side over here. See, on here it looks good from the front. Starting to look good there, isn't it? So I'm going to bring my needle, hopefully, if I can get it over there, and bring it up. Oops, I have to guide it. I'm almost there. Get in there. There. See, it's coming up over here. And I'll fluff that out again. I'll fluff her out again. But let's get this. Oh, I'm tacking this down. That isn't what I want to do. Hold on. Let's pull that out again. I want to come down. Here, let's go back down in here. I think it would be better if I go down and over to the neckline. Over on this side. Let's go over here. Where is it at? Right there. This is the back of her head. And all I'm doing is tacking this hair on with a similar colored thread. Gold thread. Just kind of just doing a little tacking stitch there so it'll stay. Little tacking stitch, so yeah. And we're going to do the same with this. So I'm on the other side now. And I'm going to bring my needle up through, maybe right about there. And pull it. Of course, I always pull on everything. Pull my thread through. Go back down. This is something that's easier to do when you're alone and can get it up to your face and see what you're doing. Now I'm coming up over here with my needle. And a curved needle works really good for this because it almost finds its way by itself. and do a little tacking stitch there and a little one up here. Now instead of going back down there, I'm going to put the next piece on, and hopefully this will be long enough. I'm not sure. Let's pull it out a little here. This is the back of her hair. I might not need 5 pieces, might be a little much. Let's move this and put this on here. Ouch. I'm going to do a tacking stitch. Ouch. Right here at the top. I'm going to try to come out at the top of her head here, if I can guide my needle right. Right there. It's not quite at the top, but it's almost. Maybe I can move it over just a little. There. Pull it through. Make sure it doesn't pull on the... Where is it? Right here. I don't know if I'm going to get this. What I'm doing here, I don't want it to go through that loop. Hold on. It's going through a loop I don't want it to go through. Let's see if I can pull this out again. I need 10 hands. There. Because we want this to be the tacking stitch, and we want the other thread to come out at the top of this other hair. And that's what it's doing. Just pull it down gently. Stuff will get in the way. Pull it gently down. There. Let's pull this out now. I want to do a tacking stitch right here at the top of her head. I'm calling a tack, T-A-C-K stitch, where I'm just kind of tacking this roving that I'm calling hair. Let me get a hold of this. I'm calling this roving hair. This is a wool roving yarn. And it happens to be a good color for hair. All right. Let's make a little stitch in there. I want it to go through though. And it'll hide. It'll hide in there. This is the back of her head, not the front. This is the front. And her hair will really kind of, you could, part this in the middle. I'm not going to do that. I might be able to just draw it to make it look like a part after I'm done. Otherwise it looks like, But let's tack the sides down now. And I'm going to go back down through. And I'm going to do this side. I'm going to go down through here and up over here. Right in there. Now, this is just how I'm doing it. This is not a tutorial. This is just, I'm just showing you what I'm doing. And you could use yarn. You could make a little wig. You could put a scarf on her. You could do a number of different things. Now I'm going to come over to the other side of the head. Up over on this side with my needle. If I can get it in there. Right here, it's coming through here. Boy, that works really nice with this curved needle. And I'm just going to do a little tacking stitch to get her hair on. I kind of like how that went. And then after I get it all done, I'll fluff out the hair a little bit more with my needle. Might put a little scarf on her neck there. But, alright, where am I at? I'm over here. And let's see. We don't need 3 more pieces. Let's pull this darker hair out here. Maybe 2 more might be as... Let's see how much I can fluff this out. This might be all I need. No, I think I'll need a piece in the center there. And, well, I don't know. Let's put this on and decide later. Let's pin this. I think I'm going to need another one though. Just give her lots of hair and put one in there, or a half of one. Oh, I'm liking her. Wait till I get her jewels on her. Alright. So we're going to come from this side up to the top. So I'm just going to go back in almost to where I came out of. And back up to this pin up here, if I can find it. Yeah, there we go. Kind of hold on to the head and everything. And you don't want to pull too tight. You don't want to, you know, you just kind of want to tack it in there. And your other hair, your other fibers around there will kind of hide that tacking stitch. And then you want to tack this down. And I can take this pin out now. Tack it down up here at the top. You want to make sure you get underneath and get the head portion. Get the head fabric in there. And that's... Let's just go down. And how am I going to do that? I'm just going to go down and through and go over to the other side, I guess. We're going to come up over on this side over here. Because we got the stitch, we're kind of come up over on this side. Whoops, wrong way. I want to come up right here, if I can. There we go. And again, this is not a doll that I intend the hair to be combed and played with or anything like that. Yeah, I can fluff this out a little more. Bring it down. I really got it up too high. And there's my needle and pin. You can kind of, after you get it stitched down, you can kind of go in and, I guess I'll wait till I get it stitched down. Let's tack this side down. I don't like how that's, let's get it fluffed out. I think I'd like this fluffed out a little bit more up here too, if I can. I don't like it being so thick up here. Yeah. And yeah, I'm going to put another piece on her. She's got golden yellow brown hair. It's really getting kind of pretty. You gotta play with it. It's not for little girls to play with though. Alright, now I'm ready to tack this side down. And that could be tacked down a little more too. Alright, alright. Hopefully I'll have enough thread on this needle. I'm just going to make a little stitch. And I'm going to bring my needle back over on this side and make another little stitch right in here. And ouch. Let's give her a little hair right down the bottom. Fluff it out. We'll give her a little different color hair down the back. Oh, I'm liking this. There's my needle. We're going to come up to the top from the bottom of the side of this one. We're going to come up to the top over here. And I'm going to tack it down in here. It'll probably look like she has, what do they call it when they put extra trim in their hair? Braids? Hair pieces? Hair, what do they call those when they put a braid in their hair? They got a word for it. Are you sewing a yo-yo? Anne is asking Angie if she's making yo-yos. I bought some yo-yos from Angie from Keisha's Market. I can't wait to get them in, Angie. I want to get that needle coming up in the right spot. It's almost there. It's almost there. Where is it? It's right in here. Come on. Where's my needle? There we go. Now let's put the hair on it. Hair weave, extenders. Yeah, hair weave and extenders. Both of those. That's what this piece reminds me of here. But again, this is not a doll that I mean to be played with. This is just, I'm getting some hair on her. Now I want to tack this down a little bit more. I'm running out of thread. Make it look a little more like hair. I might have to put another thread. I might have to knot this off and get another thread out. And let's pull this through. I can't see very well in this light. Let's go down through and up again. You'd be surprised how hard it is with a curved needle to come back up the same spot where you go down through. It's not, well, I guess you can, but there. Right there. And I'm going to knot it just in case, because my thread is getting toward the end and it's kind of hard to manipulate after it gets toward the end of the thread. There we go. Kind of knot that there. Maybe one more time just for... Oh, I'm kind of liking it though. Look at that. Whoops. Look at that. That's looking good. I'm going to have to trim it a little here. She's looking good. This piece is longer here and back. I'm going to have to give her a haircut. She says, "You cut my hair, Mary." It's your fault if it's too long and back. I'm going to knot this in again. And here again, this is not meant to be played with. I wouldn't trust this to a little girl to give it to her to play with. It's meant to be hung up and admired. Get this in here again. Oops, it's a bald spot. Let's fix that. I don't want a bald spot. I pulled it the wrong way. I could tack it down with a little glue too. I'm so afraid what glue will do to it. I just want to. I'm so afraid what glue will do, because I think it'll get a little knot, a little clump in there. It'll clump it. That's what I'm afraid of, clumping it. Alrighty, that's good. It's got 2 knots in there. Now I'm just going to pull my needle, push my thread in, and pull it out, hopefully down here on the back someplace in here, if I can get it in there. It's a curved needle. It's coming out over here, which is good. And then I'm going to cut it, if I can get in there. Cut my thread. There we go. Now, let's see how she looks like. From top down, you know, I'm not... Jude! Oh, Jude, thank you. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. Jude, you gave me a super chat the other night. Thank you so much, Jude. Now, I like her hair. I like this hair looking at it from the front and top down from the back. I don't like it looking down this way. But I could put a hairpin in there. I could put a flower on her hair, and that would kind of hide where I just kind of rolled her hair around. If you wanted to make a true hair, like, you could do these pieces separately and have kind of like a little part down. And I could probably even take and stitch. Just pull little running stitches across there. Maybe I'll do that. Let's do that and see if I can't make it look more like a part. I think I can do that. I was running out of thread here. Let's try that. But look at that. Oh, and let's trim her hair a little here. These scissors maybe. Let's just trim it a little here. There. Make it a little more. It's going to be shorter on the sides and longer in the back, but and then this part needs to be fluffed out a little. There. Oh, I'm liking her. Okay, now let me thread this needle again, and I'm going to try to make a running stitch right from here to there, maybe, to make it look like she's got a center part. And let's see, if I don't like it, I'll take it out. Now, you don't have to go to all this trouble on your Dotee doll. You could tie a scarf around her head. You could make yarn hair. You could make a little yarn wig out of a fluffy yarn. You could use, like on Penelope. See Penelope, I have all this eyelash yarn on Penelope. That's really not her hair, but you could do something similar with eyelash yarn for her hair. This is more of a scarf, a fancy scarf boa wrap. And this is not her hair here. This is a hat. Her hair, she doesn't really have any hair. Her hair is all up underneath her hat. This lady has hair. Let me thread my needle. And the fan's blowing my thread. Thank you so much for the super chat, Jude. I saw that, Janet. That is so sweet. Thank you so much, Jude. I appreciate all the encouragement, you guys. And don't feel like you have to give. Let's see, Angie says, can I ask a question? When somebody sends money like that, how does someone say, like Mary gets it? I'm just asking. Well, it will go in, Angie, what happens is that every creator that's monetized, you monetize through, and it's all internal when you start your channel. You have to maintain about 4 hours of watch time in a year and have 1,000 subscribers, and then you apply to get monetized. And after you've been monetized, you can see there's a little square with the $sign on it. They give people that are monetized the option to have super chats or super stickers. And then people who want to contribute to your channel, contribute like Jude did. They click on that little sticker and it will ask how much money do you want to contribute. It got like 5, 10, 15, 20, like that. And then they ask you how you want to contribute. And I do mine when I contribute. I contribute through PayPal, and PayPal pulls it out of my bank account, and that's how I contribute when I contribute. And then what happens is after the money goes through and everything, if you contribute and if it's successful, then you'll get a notice saying, you know, we withdrew this much money from whatever account you used to pay it with. And they'll put that much money in the little slot of our monthly, like we earn so much money a month depending on watch time and views and all of that, where they figure out how much money we get every month. And they take a portion. YouTube takes, I think that they take 35% of whatever you contribute. And, you know, a lot of people don't like that. So they like to contribute directly to a PayPal account. And I do have a PayPal account address in my, and I think Dotee does too. Dotee, I think, calls hers a tip jar. I just say my PayPal account is, and then I give the address. And that does not go through YouTube, if you look in my description box. But I don't mind super chats or super stickers. I do them myself because, after all, this is YouTube. We are streaming for free. This is their service. And to be honest, if I was YouTube, you know, they're a business. They have overhead. They have to make money. You know, they can't operate for free, even though they're a part of Google. They still have to make some sort of money. And I'm not even sure YouTube as a whole makes a profit. I think it's all Google that makes the profit. But anyway, what we get what PayPal doesn't take. And then also, there's bank fees. If your bank charges a fee for using it, they'll take out whatever they charge for the bank fee. So I only get a portion of it, but I don't mind. I really don't mind, because it shows people that you appreciate the channel that you're watching. I don't mind if you want to use PayPal and go directly, but it really doesn't show up in my chat that you did that, and YouTube doesn't see it. I don't know. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of another. So that's kind of how it works, Angie. I hope that answered your question. All right. I'm going to go down in here and try to make a center part. But I'm going to tie a knot down here. Let's see. I'm going to bring this thread in through her chest area and out through her neck. Right here. And I'm going to make a knot right at her neckline. And that's just to get my thread started, if I can. Bring it in through, and this will hide my thread in here. It hides my thread. And then I'll make a little knot here. Right at her neckline. Doesn't have to be a big affair. I know I'm mussing your hair, lady. We don't have a name for her. Becky called her the lipstick lady. Shall we call her Lindy? Where's the loop here? I have to find my loop. Maybe if I pull it a little bit more. Shall we call her Lindy the lipstick lady? That's before she had hair, though. She looked like a tube of lipstick. Oh, I see. I don't have this doubled right. But that'll pull through. All right. So now I got a knot here, so I'm going to put my needle back in at her neckline, and I'm going to come out with curved needles, it works really good. Kind of hold on to her hair here, and I want to come out right at the top of her head. Get a little string out of there. So let's see if I can do that. Give her, we're doing some there, see, my needle's coming out right there, right here. So I'm just going to pull it through, and it's a curved needle, so it'll pull through. Oh, I'm pulling on her bangs. Got to keep her bangs straight. Hopefully I won't knot it down here, which looks like I'm on the way to doing that. That's because one thread is not tied to the other. Come on, don't knot on me. And it's wrapping around it. Come on. That looks like I'm going to get a knot in here. Shoot. Now I got a knot. See if I can't get that undone. It always has to happen while you're online. I can't pull that out. I think I got it. All these threads, where are they coming from? This one thread is not catching on, and so it's doubling up in the other. There we go. Now, let's pull it through, see if I can't pull it through here and without knotting it up. It should be okay on the inside. Ah! Got it! I got it! Alright, what's this? Let's get that out of the way. Alright, so I got my thread. What I did is I started my thread right down in here, and you can still see the end of it. Let's clip that off. And I did that to hide the tail of my thread. So I hid my tail between her chest and her neck. And then I made a knot at her neck, and then I drew my thread up to her hairline here. And what I want to do on her hairline is make some running stitches at the top of her head, trying to be careful of what I have already on her hair. I don't want to pull her hair loose. So I actually want to make some running stitches down the center of her head to make it look like a part. So let's see if I can accomplish that. This is really a lot more work than I intended, but I like what it's doing. And so I'm just going to push my needle through and up again like this. Look at that. What is that? I see what's happening. We'll leave it that way. It's a single thread now instead of a double thread. That's okay. We're doing a back stitch, so. And I'm going to pull it tight like that, and then I'm going to come through and do another back stitch on her hair, right in this, hopefully in the center, right like that. And this is a doll, and this will also help hold her hair on her head. And see, it picks up threads. Let's just pull it through carefully and kind of pull it tight, and so it'll look like her hair is here and here. And we're only going to do that for a few more stitches till we get down to where we put this centerpiece on the back here. And we might want to pull this up a little more. And we're going to come down through here, if I can get in there, and up. Now again, this is not a tutorial. It sounds like I'm teaching you how to do this, but truthfully, I'm just showing you how I'm doing it. I don't mean this as a tutorial. You just get an idea of what I'm doing to make this little doll. And like I said, this is one way to do a doll head. There are many, 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 many different ways to do dolls. And even the Dotee dolls. And if you Google Dotee dolls, you will see all different types. You'll see some very artistic ones. You'll see some cute ones. They all have their own unique little personalities. All right, I think that's probably enough stitches. I don't want this to knot, so I want to find my thread. It's hard to see. It's right there. And I'll pull it tight there. See, that looks a little bit more like the hair is parted in the back here. And she's still got her bangs. She's still got her hair is pretty good here. So I'm just going to tie this off and we'll call her hair done. And we'll go on to embellishing her. This might be all I get done tonight. I'm going to stay until about 10 or 10:30 tonight. I don't know if I'll be done. One more thing I want to do tonight. I was going to work in decorating my other dolls, but I have something else I want to do, and I've worked on dolls for most of this chat, most of this stream. I want to do something else tonight, too. So I'm just tying a knot up here to knot this off, and then I'll just draw it through and clip it off. So, to hide the thread. I call this the way to hide the thread. I just put my curved needle in, and I come out someplace in here. Right here. Here's my needle way down at the back of her neck. And just pull it through. Whoops. Pull my needle out, but I'm done with it anyway. Here's the thread. Catching on my scissors. Alright. We'll decorate her up. There we go. Now, we're going to do some tassels, and she really needs a hanger. So I might have to part her hair just a little to get a hanger. I put a hanger on her back, I think. So I might part her hair right in there. I don't think I want to put a hanger on her head. Traditionally, they put the hanger up here on her head. But I'm not sure I want to do that with this doll. So, but let's choose some embellishments. I was liking this. I was liking this. I don't know where I got it, but this will look nice as part of the tassel. Maybe a little bit shorter. And we're just going to wrap it a couple times here. Yeah. And let's, well, we could use the whole thing maybe. Yeah. As a tassel. And sew it closed here. Oops, that's not going to work. I'll just wrap this around this way, maybe. And maybe this will just be the tassel. I like a little jewel in there, maybe when I put my thread on. So I want to keep that thread on the doll. Let's move that roving out of the way. We'll use it on, let's put these needles back in, give them these pins back to Penelope up here. Alright, and this thread, I want to keep that thread there in case I need it. I want to work on the tassel here. Maybe I'll use, let's see what I have here. I've got this, which I think is pretty. Let's do it this way. Let's get these out of the way. Let's work this out again. It's catching on everything. So about like that. And about like that, fold it in half, maybe a little shorter. Maybe about there. All right, let's clip this. We're gonna make a tassel here. Maybe about this length here. That's the length it's gonna be. And then we're gonna do another one here. And I think I got room for another one with a little left over. Here. And I'll just have a teeny bit left over here. I'll use it for something or other. So even little scraps like this, ends of when you're sewing or making another project, save all these ends because you never know. And I don't know if I want, oh, here's a piece of yarn. You know, I was talking about the hair. Let me put this aside for a minute. Here, look at this yarn. It's a soft yarn. This I got probably in Happy Mail. It could have been sent to me. But see how that's twisted, that yarn? Now sometimes you find trim the same way, a thread trim, but it'll be twisted. And all you need to do to make your hair is untwist that yarn and fluff it out. And you have almost the same thing as that roving that I used on my doll. But I think this is just a piece of soft yarn here. And look, so you can make doll hair from that. Do I want anything else on this? Here's some, and here's some. I have to decide, one or both. It's getting pretty fat. I would really like to have, let's put all this aside for a minute. I got a whole pile of it here. Because I was going to decorate Dotee dolls tonight. I'm only getting one done. Here, oh no, this is another piece where I've started to pull out. See how I've started to pull this out? This is the same color, but another piece. I mean the same yarn, but what I was showing you with this other, I've got two pieces of this. It would make, just say that was brownish or gold, it'd make a pretty doll hair. You could make green doll hair too if you want. I'm looking for something long, like a necklace or something. I might not have saved out any necklaces. Maybe this. Maybe this. It's not a necklace, but it's got a piece of gold running through it. We'll do a couple pieces of this. This is for the tassel. And let's put one. Let's do 3 of these. And one more. I like fluffy tassels, in case you didn't know. I'm going to put one here, one kind of in the center if I can. Right in here. And then one on the bottom. All right. Now, after I get it sewed together, I want a charm piece. And what's that? Whoops, got some little beads coming out. I got this. I'm not sure I can use that. What else is in there? Got a pin. What kind of a pin is that? I gotta reach in and see what I have here. Oh, they want to float away on me. Ooh. That's pretty. I like that. It's a... It looks like a wing. Oh no, it's 2 separate pieces. These are wings. That's pretty. And then there's this earring thing. I might be able to attach that down at the bottom. Like so. Let's save those out. We might even be able to put a bead on that. Can I put a bead on there? Let's see if I can put a bead in there. If I can see it. Oh, it's not fitting. No, let's put those beads back. I'll use the beads on something else. I'm not much of a beader, but I like to have them around in case I want them. Alright, so the next thing I'm going to do, save those two pieces out. I like the wings and I like the little hanging piece. The next thing I want to do, make sure I have this closed, is tie it here in the center. And I think I'll do that with this yellow thread because I want to wrap. I could do it with red, but I think I'll use this yellow. I don't have a pretty pink. And of course it's all twisted up here. Where's it coming from? Let me cut this off. Hold it. I cut more than I want. I think I got another ball that it's hooked onto here. It gets all twisted up on my desk. Alright. So I'm going to take a larger needle for this. I'm going to double this thread. And give me a big length of it because I'm going to make my tassel here. And you could put beads in your tassel. You can do all sorts of fancy tassels. Give me a big long piece here. That should be long enough. Let me cut it. Alright. And get it smoothed out. Get the ball out of my way. Alright. Oh, and see, I put the loop, I have the loop here. I don't want the loop there. I want the loop down at the bottom. So I'm going to unthread this. And I'm going to thread both of the open ends through the eye of my needle. So that the loop is down at the bottom of my thread. And it's just so much easier to make a knot that way, if you ask me. You have to be careful that you don't unthread your needle. But see, my loop is right there. And I'm going to put that on the bottom. And I put my stack of threads on top of it. Got a little piece out there. Sort of center. Try to get it centered. And then I'm going to take my needle and thread it through that loop, right, like that, and pull it tight. And that will make a blind knot. And it's not quite centered. You have to make sure you get it centered here. You could fold this kind of in half. Yeah, maybe a little bit over this way, just a little bit more. Let me do it this way. It might be easier for me. Now fold it this way and pull it like this. There we go. See, and I made a knot using that loop. Then I can come in and just wrap it around a couple times. Get your whole piece and just wrap it a couple times, 3 or 4, and then fold it in half again. There's your thread coming out the top. And then you wanna thread down in here. And you could use a gold thread down here if you wanted. And I usually kind of try to bring that thread down the center there and start it. You could maybe tie it. Oops, I unthreaded it. We'll thread it up again. Let me get a hold of this here. Hide it in there. Get a hold here. And I'm not saying this is the best way to do it. It's the way I do it. And you want what I want to do is make that center piece, that top piece here. Hold on to that there. And just kind of wrap your thread around like this. Like that. Give it a neck. Like that. And you can make it as tight as you want or as loose as you want, but there you go. Now, I need to rethread my needle just because it fell off of my needle. And there we go. And come in underneath of your threads here and tie it off. And this needle has a little bit of a curve up there too. I kind of like those when I'm doing something like this. For just plain stitching, it isn't easy to stitch with, but when you're doing dimensional projects, it really helps to have that little bit of a curve. Alrighty. So there's my tassel, however way you want it. I kind of like the greenish on the front. So I'm going to leave that at the top. Here's my doll. Now, you can make your tassel as big and fluffy as you want. Your doll is 3 to 4 inches, and I like pretty big tassels. And this doll is for me. So, and the tassel's going to be connected onto her bottom. And I'm going to connect it on this side. I'm going to put it right down in here. So I'm going to take this thread. Let's get all this stuff coming off of my hair here. Oh, that pulled through, didn't it? Oh, well, that's okay. Some of it might pull through if you pull on it too tight because that's just looped on there. It's not... Oh, I unthreaded my needle again. Oops. Just hold the phone. I'm going to go back up the center of my tassel and come out the top. Right there. And I'm just going to, hopefully, without knotting it, pull that thread through, kind of keep it from pulling on your other threads. Kind of keep it clean if you can. Keep your other threads pretty here. Like that. Now pull it through. Like that. Now, do I like this side or do I like this side? I think I do like this side with the gold showing. And so I'm going to stitch it right in here. And I'm going to stitch it to one side because this is slanted. Normally I'd put it right in the center. But when I made this, as you can see, I've got a slanted bottom there. So I'm going to kind of compensate by putting my tassel off to one side. So I'm just going to thread my needle through here and hopefully this will go through. And it seems to go through pretty good. And let's just stitch this tassel on the best I can. And I'm not saying this is going to be perfect. It's just going to be my little Dotee doll. Or Dotee doll. Whatever you want to call it. Pull that down a little. And I could have a little charm hanging off on this side and it won't go down as far. So I want to make sure this is on here good. And let's knot it here. Looks pretty good to me. I'm liking that. Let's do a couple more just to make sure it's secure. And bring it in here. And out the bottom if I can. Where is it? There. I'm not watching chat while I'm doing this. Let me look over here. Chat is quiet. Good. You can't go wrong with gold, can you, Anne? Now see, that's kind of hanging there. So I'm going to make that tassel come up a little bit more. I don't like how it's stitched to this side but not over on that side, so I'm going to take a few more stitches in here. And let's bring that through the bottom of the doll, if I can. Get in there. There. And draw it. Of course, your tassel kind of gets all messed up while you're doing this. And bring it through, and hopefully it won't knot before you get to the end. What I have going on here. Let me take this out. I don't like where it's going. It's going to knot on me. Straighten this thread out. There. And let's just bring this through and tie it off. There. There. Oh, I like that. Now, I'm going to take this thread. I'm not done with it yet. I'm not ready to clip it off. Let's bring that down a little. I'm going to rethread my needle, and I'm going to bring it down here to the front of the tassel. And I don't know. I think this needle's too big to hook into. Where's the... this is just a pin. I don't know if I can pin this so it looks halfway decent onto her. I don't know. I might have to glue that in there. We'll save that for later. It's kind of like an eagle pin there. But I like it. I want it on there, but might have to glue it in because I don't think I can. There's not enough room to pin it. And this is a looped earring with a hanging, and I might be able just to hang it on the front of my tassel, like so, like that. Push it in and wrap it around and maybe give it a little twist and hope it doesn't break. I like it, but let's get out my pliers or tweezers or something and see if I can't twist that close. I don't know if I can or not. I need my jewelry. I've got jewelry stuff, but I don't have it here. Come on. I probably should have done this first, but I didn't. Let's see if I can't just kind of... There. Now, get a hold of this and see without... Last time I tried this, I broke it off. I just want to bend it. And bend it. I think that's good. Is it still sticking up just a little here? I can't get a hold of it good. These dolls always take more time than I allow for. But I like what's going on. Let's see if I can bend it in. I need a jewelry plier. And I got one, I just don't have it out. And I got it bent. Now let's see if I can just squeeze it closed. Gotta get a hold of it. I think that's good enough for me. Now let's smooth it all out. I don't know if you can see that on, where'd it go? It's here. It's kind of hidden in there because it's a dark stone. But you could put other charms on there. In fact, maybe I will. Let's see what else I can put on this string. Maybe I have a bead or something. Let's see what I have here. I got a whole tray of stuff. Oh, here it comes, all my doodle dolls, or Dotee dolls, or mini dolls. I was going to decorate these all up tonight. Not going to happen. Okay, I got these. Those might look pretty on there. I haven't opened them. It looks like they've been opened. Can I get them on there? I got a flower, a gray one. I got this. I don't think these are all loose. Let's see what's in here. Here's a chain with, ooh, this one's pretty. Let's see what this is. Let's see if I can get it out here. It's all twisty. Broken jewelry. You don't find this very often anymore. I think these pieces I got in Wisconsin. It's been that long since I've seen any. I think I found one bag of it since I've been home here at Nebraska. But the dealers got smart. They figured out what we were using it for. And sometimes dealers hold it back for people. So you don't really see much of it even at flea markets or thrift stores anymore. So when it's gone, it's gone. You can buy pieces in separate little bags, but usually that's more expensive. I used to be able to get a big bag of broken jewelry for about $16, pound and a half. And it'd be all sorts of things in there. Of course, I'm in a different area now. I'm not in Wisconsin anymore. You're not in Kansas anymore, Mary. I'm just about there. Hold on. I don't know what's going on here. There we go. So I could either use this with this is chains with little crystal beads, and this is a teeny little necklace piece, which is kind of pretty. It's not very decorative. I mean, it doesn't show up very much. I'm gonna hold it out. I've got this, which shows up, but it's kind of big and clunky. And I think this is big and clunky too. I'm not even going to get it out. But it's holding on to a little piece that's kind of pretty. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty. I like that. We'll save that out. I'm not gonna, oh, yeah. I'll put these others on here. Who knows where they'll go? Who knows? Now, is there something else that I can put on her to decorate her up a little? Here's a pretty little charm. This could hang on here, maybe. Could I stitch that up? I could stitch that over here to this side. What else do I have? Let's get these bags out of the way. Oh, look, I've got a big gray flower. I thought this would be pretty when I do that man doll. I'm going to do a rice bag paperweight man doll, and it's kind of like a tie clasp. It's a clip in here. I'm saving that for the man. Oh, and I got this. I was going to use those love beads that Becky sent me, but I might save those out and use this on my India caboodle doll. Or maybe even when we get to Africa, I could use it on the Africa one too. Oh, what else do I'm looking for a pin or something. Oh, I can put one of these little, I have these little, they'd have to be glued on. They're not buttons, they're just decorative. I could put that on the front. I like that. I'll put that, more than one. I could put two. We'll keep two out. Alright, so those, I'm going to show you these, but I'm not going to use it on here. On my little dolls that I'm making, I have these little pieces, and I either got these from Keisha or Poet Spice, but I think they were a part of a necklace. And they look like little dolls to me. Because here's the, I hope you can see it. Here's the hanger up here, and it looks like little wings and a little dress and kind of over in here. And they got three little things. I think it's like a, what do they call it when you have beaded pieces that hold other beads that go down? There's a name for that in jewelry. But I have several of these, and I thought these would be pretty hanging off of those little dolls that I did. I have a whole bag of them, and then I got a whole bunch of loose ones. Alright, so I think I'm done hunting through stuff here. Let's finish her up. Let's finish her up. Oh, and I got a white flower here. So she'd look good. That would look good in her hair. Let's do the white flower in her hair. We'll finish her up. I don't know if I'll have time for anything else. I might if I go to 10:30. Alright, so I said I was going to... I can't do the gluing till last. Let's put this... It really needs a... It needs a little thread. Here, we got this blue eyelash. Oh. It's all tangled up in there, of course. And eyelash yarn is hard to stitch with, let me tell you, because it's hairy. It's hairy. But I'm going to try to loop it through here. And I can't loop it through this with this needle, but I got another needle. So let's see if I can get it in here. Eyelash yarn is hairy. I'm going to get some of this hair off. Shave it up here. There's my scissors. My little scissors. I get things out. I can't find them. Well, here, let's use these. Shave it so I can thread it through the needle. Maybe. Maybe. I have to get it up to my face so I can see where I'm going. And it got a little DNA on there. No, it's not going. Probably should put a piece of tape around it. Let's get out a piece of tape. Hold on. I don't know if tape will help it or not. This is what slowed me down on Peppy the skunk, because I was using white eyelash yarn. And not only is the needle hard to thread, the needle's hard to thread, but also it's hard to get it through the fabric if you're stitching with it. Let's just fold this over if I can. Come on. There. Now let me cut this off. Of course, it sticks to my fingers. Riri says, our Mary is relentless. She won't quit. Sorry, you guys, I'm not watching chat. I think, see, Becky's here. I think Janet probably went to bed. Janet Nash comes on in the morning at 9 a.m. Eastern, Becky says. I will be in bed. I will be in bed. I plan to stream until about 10:30 tonight, and then I'll turn it off no matter where I'm at. All right, I put this thread on tape so I can get it in my needle. Oh, that worked good. That worked good. Now let's cut that off, because it's got to go through the fabric. That worked good. All right. What I want to do, I can't put it, I don't think I can put that through this. It'll go through this one though. It'll go through this, so we'll put it there and let that little one hang down. All right, so we'll thread it through. I'm going to put it on this side. I've got my tassel there. I'm going to put a bead or something here. And I'm going to put this bead, this hanging bead over here on this side. If I can. If and I can. Getting this eyelash yarn. Oh, this went right through. That has not been my experience. And shall we let that just hang a little? I think I will. I'll let that end hang. And I'll thread this through again. And while that's hanging, I want to get it out of my way. Oh, this is going through much, well, maybe because I got 3 of them going in there now. This is the trouble I had with my little Peppy the skunk, is getting this eyelash yarn stitched through the fabric. This one seems to go through pretty good. Now I want to put my needle through, oops, I dropped something. I want to put my needle through this hanger here, this one, and just let it hang off there. Oops, did I hit the camera? I'm sorry. And how far do I want? I guess I want it, I think I'm going to let it hang down a little. So I'm going to kind of hold on to this. There's my friend the fly. I'm going to let this kind of have a little hangy loop, so it won't be right up to the top of her. It'll hang down a little. So let me thread this through again. Hopefully it'll go in there. And it did. It went, did it go through the fabric? Yeah, I can't see where I'm going here. I need more than one hand there. And yes. And it's where it starts to bunch up when I get down to the end there that gives me the trouble. There we go. Now I want to make a knot. It's already knotted, but I need a better knot, a more secure knot in it. So like that. and through here. Yes. And tie it off and let it hang down with the little jewel. And I when I hold it this way, you guys can't see it too well, but when I put it down, see that little bead hangs off. Now let's clip this off. There. And I still have this much to play with for whatever. Let's pull it off my needle. So, we got our tassels on there pretty much. I think I want to secure this a little bit more. I got a bead here that you don't see too well. I'd like another bead in there. I'd like another bead. A gold one, something that stands out. Now this stands out, but there's no way to, it's tiny. The loops in there are tiny, so let me see what I have. Again, I want a bigger bead. Oh, I have to show you guys these. I'm not going to use these on this, but I saved them out because I thought they were cool. Let me get them out. Look at, these are earrings. There's 2 of them. Don't they look like wings? Don't they look like wings? They're earrings. They're post earrings. Those are cool. Now this is pretty, but it's almost too much. I think it's going to be too heavy for her. I'll save that out anyway. And these are pretty. These are pretty. But they're too big and clunky. I saved these out because of the wings. Let's put them back in my package here. I'm looking for a bead to put on that tassel. Here's another pink flower. What happened to the other wing? Did I get both wings in there? I guess I did. I feel like I'm missing something. This. Alright, I'm looking for a... Well, that's a big enough bead, but it's on a... I want something that'll show up. That'll be pretty. Wait, what's this? No, that's one of those little dolls. But I didn't save out very many beads, did I? They're mostly little flat pieces. And those are flat. I'd have to glue those down. Well, something like this almost. This is an earring. That might be able to twist that around that tassel. I have these beads, but I'd have to string them. Let's go with... Let's put this tray of stuff back over here. Let's go with this. And I think I'll twist it around there. Let's stitch this on a little more first. Let's move all this out of the way. Here's her blue button. I'm threading my needle again. Good night, Angie. Riri, tell Mary good night for me. Good night, Angie. Aw. I chuckled, Angie. She says, tell Mary good night. I'm going to bed. Alright, let's see if I can't put this, I want this a little more secure on here. So I'm going to bring my needle through there and through the top of this. I just want it a little bit more secure. And I don't want all that thread in there, catching in there. All right, let's pull it through. Now, I'm happy with that. And let's pull it through up at the top here. All right. There. Okay, I'm happy with that. Now, I don't know if I could stitch that on there. It's a broken piece. If I could get my thread, I surely can't get it in that little hole. I'd love to have it hang down that way, but I don't think it's going to happen. So this is a hoop earring, and I'm going to hoop it on there if I can. Let's put the needle in her body and twist it, maybe. No, that's not going to work. I'll pull this up and tie it on. And put my needle through the back. Get it out of my way. Alrighty. Now, I'm going to put my hoop earring on her head, around the tassel, right in there. And can I lock it? Lock it here. Let's get the beads down in front. The beads down in the front. Of course, I got it mixed up with my thread here. Now I'm wondering if I just can't twist that rather than locking it. Got to get creative with this stuff. I'm going to twist it here. I'm pushing it closed. I'm clamping it closed so it will hang like that. And then I'm going to twist it together here like a hanger. I think. So let me get a hold and just kind of twist. Maybe I'll need my pliers to do that. Seems like a lot of trouble to go to, but you can do what you can with what you have. That's what I'm doing. Now let's clamp this closed so it doesn't poke out. No pokies. And see if I can't bend it in a little. And I might stitch that down so that it's flat. I need to clamp it down a little more. And get those beads out of my way. And bend it a little bit more this way. There. Now, I've got this here, and I'm going to stitch that down so it won't poke up. I still have that. If I could get it cut off, I don't have wire cutters with me. It's pretty thick wire. I'm just trying to bend it so that it won't poke. Yeah, I'm still not getting it. I'm trying. Wants to move. There. I think I got it. Well, no, it's just almost there. Still a little pokey out. There. That's pretty good. Now, yeah, I like that. How does it look here? I have to straighten her all out. I kind of like that. It kind of hangs. And there's another piece down here. But I do think I'll stitch that down a little with my needle now, if I can find a space for it to go in at. I might have to get a different needle. Let's get a different needle. Let's get one of these long, thin ones. Go in there. Will that go through? I clamped it down all right, didn't I? I want it to go through here. Yep, it's not going to go through. Where's my other needle I was using? I don't think this one will go through either. I have to open it up a little. There. Okay, now let's thread this needle. I can only put one thread through this eye of this needle, maybe. I have to have the other needle. Will this one go through it? Yeah. I just want to stitch that clamp down a little. She'll be good when I get her done. There's the back of her hair. She needs a bow or something in there, doesn't she? I might spend the rest of the night just on this doll and quit. I won't have time to do my other project tonight. That's okay. We'll have our doll all decorated up. Now, where does this come out at? I have it. Let's pull it through. Here. Right there. Alright, it's where I want it to be. And we're going to put this through this little clampy thing here. Come on, you'll go through. I tested you. There you go. Oops, I guess that's not going to work. Let's wrap some thread around that. And I'll get it one way or the other. That fly is asking for it. I want to stitch this down. And in there. I know what I want to do. do? What do I want to do? I want to stitch it down, so I'm just kind of, I'm wrapping around that little hook, that thread. It's kind of like a little crochet hook. And I'm just wrapping my, trying to wrap my thread around it. And then go through the fabric. I don't know if that's going to work, but it seems to be. And then I'll stitch down through the fabric. And maybe that'll hold it enough. Secure enough. I gotta get at a good angle. The rose is here. There. I'm pretty happy with that. That'll hold it enough to... Alright, so my thread is right here. What do I want to do next to it? I want to put... I have this little bracelet thing that I think is really cute. That would make a cute belt for her. And let's just move her hair up. Let's see if I can just tie this and then I'll tack it on. I won't try to sew it on. I'll tack it on like I did her hair. So let's just tie this in a knot. My little bracelet, hopefully it won't break. It's an old one, so anything could happen. But it seems to be working. And it's got a little tail and back, little charms here and back, which is the... I could hook something on this one, because that's the little clamp there, so I might find something to hook on to this tail. And I'm going to take my needle, put it back through my fabric again, and tack this belt on so it won't slip off. But I'm going to get my curved needle out again. Whatever I did put my curved needle, it's here someplace. I thought I gave it back to Penelope. Got a needle there and a needle there. Penelope, here it is. Is that the one? See if I can get this threaded again. That may not be the same curved needle. Where's my other needle, Penelope? I thought I gave it back to you. See, if you don't put things away, there's the wings. If you don't put it away right away, then you lose it. I can't get that thread through that curved needle, but hold on. It's not the end of the world. Her scissors fell out here too. What happened to your scissors, Penelope? She said, I don't know, Mary. She had a pair of scissors that went in here. Well, I got another curved needle that... Here. That I put back in the drawer. Let's use this one. I guess I'm going to have to buy needles like I'm buying fine line bottles. I keep losing my needles. I could have knocked it off on the floor. Put that over there. Alright. Let's thread this needle. It's got a big eye. I can get both threads through it. Alright. So I'm going to come back down through the body. This one is a much fatter needle. Through the body, I just want to do some tacking stitches. And let's do it at the side here. Let's see. So her little belt doesn't fall off. Let's see what's going on here. This one's not laying flat. Why is that not laying flat? Probably because I twisted it when I tied it. There it goes. We'll tack that one down. And we're going to come up right on our side here, if I can. Right in. Where is it? Right in here. This is not laying flat. I don't understand. Yeah. Pull it through. Pull it through, pull it through, pull it through. And just do a little tacking stitch. And I think I want to go around this more than once because this is kind of a once that kind of does not like to lay flat. There. Now we'll go back down through the body and maybe to the back and tack it once on the back. And you don't have to go to this. I mean, this is, I'm decorating her up. You can go to do as much as little as you want on your dolls. You might think, oh my gosh, I can't do all that. You don't have to do all that. You do what you want on your doll. You might just want to put a little butterfly pin on it and call it done. That's fine. All right, I think I'll do both of these as 2 little loops. This seems to be more secure. And I think that's all I need to do. I think that's on there good enough. And I'm going to stop here in the back. And let's just tie a little knot on here. And we'll straighten her all out again. Oh, my needle's going to come unthreaded if I'm not careful here. And pull it through, pull it through, pull it through the loop. And hopefully my needle will stay threaded enough for me to tie it. And let's pull the needle off. Clip my threads. You know, I might leave that thread hanging because I might want to put a bead or something on there. Alright, so I have that little blue flower that I want to glue on her front. Right here. And these flowers, I have a big one and a little one. And I had a little blue one too, a little gray one. Which actually I think is prettier. Could we tuck that in her hair? Underneath of her roving here. Just tuck it in. And maybe I'll put a little bit of glue on there. A little teeny bit. And let's turn this over. On here I have this. And I have this other end of this necklace, which is a clamp. And I'd like to put something on there. I'd like to open this up and put something in there. What do I have? Let's open this up and see if I have something. I'll bet I do. Do I have something in there? See, you just keep going till you're done. You just keep going till you're done with this stuff. Oh, look at the little feet. I got a little baby pin. Isn't that cute? Little bare feet. Can you guys see them? I don't know if I'm holding it. Little baby feet. Little baby feet. There's the other one. There's two little baby feet. That says return. That's a religious pen. This is pretty, but it's a poke. It's a stud earring. I'm looking for something I can hang. Oh, I could put something on this. What's these? What are these? Could I hang those? Wait, I think I can. This is one of those bulb pins. Let's open it up. Thanks, Suze, for these. She sent me several of these. Let's thread it through. A little. I got too much in my hand. There. Now what else can I put on there? This. Oh, that's already on a hanger. Let's take the loop off of here, if I can, or squeeze it shut. I'd rather clip it off or take it off. This is where I need needle pliers. I don't know if I can get that open. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm trying to open this like you'd open a staple. Enough to get it off of the ring. And I think I'm doing it. All right. It's almost there. There. Now let's put this on here and we'll call it done. And close it up. Oh, we could put a bead or two on there. Let's thread some beads on there. If I can see. I should have put the beads on first. Alright, hold the phone. Put a bead on and then the pieces and then another bead. Bead. Yes. Loop. Maybe a little white bead. If I can see it. Where is it? Can't see the hole. Come on, I know it's a bead. I might not be able to do that one. Let's try this one. Might not fit this pen. There we go. Is it going to go over down in there? Yes. And now this one, if I can find it. Yay! And now another bigger bead. And then I'll quit. I promise. Gotta find the... There it is. Alrighty, that's good. Now let's close. Now we want to put it... We want to put it on the end of this little clampy. I guess we could clamp it on. Let's close it up. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. I just threaded this little bulb, Tim Holtz bulb piece with beads. Those two beads are pretty big. These are pretty big, but they hold these in place. So what I'm going to do now is this end of this belt has a clamp on it because it was a bracelet. And I'm going to clamp this little bulb pin onto the end of this, and we'll just let it hang down her back. Could put a little ribbon on there too if I wanted. But there. Just like so, and it'll dangle on the back here. I might put a little ribbon in there. Maybe that little of this, let's do a contrasting color. Let's do a little of this red. Let's tie a little red in there. Let's double it. And we won't tie a bow, we'll just tie a knot. Where is it? Where did it run off to? So if I can thread this through here. Come on. Whoops. I had the right idea. It wasn't going through. Thread it through. Grab a hold of the other end. And that stuff is sticking onto my arm. And let's just clip it off here. And tie a knot. This will probably be all I'll do. It's 10 o'clock and I'm just about done here. So after I get this doll done, I'll probably call it a night. I'm going to pull this through. Where's the other end of it? Did it not go through? Where's the other end? Come on. Let's try this again. I always lose it. Should put this stuff away. It's rolling away. Oops. It's rolling away on me. There. Alright. I should put it back. But now I've got the play here. Alright. Where's my dangle? I want to put a tie in here. I just want to thread it through here. Like that. Hold on to these two ends. And tie it. What is so hard about that? One thread is shorter than the other. Alright. Right in here is where I lose it. Right in there. There. Tie it in a knot. Let's do that again. Another knot. There we go. And that just adds a little more beady goodness to her bottom. Now the only thing left to do is that blue button here, and maybe glue this in. Where's that quick dry glue that Sharon Lombard sent me? It's over here somewhere. Where did it fall off to? Here it is, way off over in the corner, about ready to run away from me. And hopefully I can get some out, hopefully. I don't know if I had that closed. Let's put a little dab of, I don't think I had it closed. I don't know if I might have to get out my glossy accent. Well, no, it's just about all used. That's the problem. I'll put a button on here. I don't know if I might have used it all. I think I pretty much have used it. I'll have to get some more. It's starting to come out here. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll have to, where's the cap? What do I do with the cap now? See, I take this off and I toss it, and then I can't find it anymore. Where's the cap? Arrgh. Well, I'll just call it, I'll call it an empty bottle, because that's going to dry up on me. Let's get out my glossy accent, which irritates me just as much. That's, I got a different bottle than that. Somewhere in here. Here. It's a little bit more full. But I have trouble with these. Glossy accent bottles, enough trouble with them. So I want to put a little bit of glue on here, and that come out real good. And a little bit of glue on her button. And smack them together here. And of course there'll be a little leaking out around the edge, but not enough to worry about. Now I do want to glue this flower in here. So I'm going to try to carefully squeeze a little glue in there. And my hand's shaking, of course. And we'll just put a little glue in there and put a little glue on the ends here. And hopefully I can get this flower in here without too much trouble. And we'll pull her hair around. Where's the needle? Fluff her hair around that. Because we don't want her head to show. There we go, that's good. And of course, that was the wrong thing to do, wasn't it? Now we're just going to have to let this dry. It'll dry on there. So let's push all of this to the side, and tomorrow I will show you. I'm going to hold on to this button. And this is the back. Not tomorrow, but Tuesday. Oh, we got to clip this. I'm going to leave this thread hanging for a bit. I might decide to put something else on the back here. This is my thread that I stitched with, this yellow thread. I'm going to let it hang down for now. But this is the back of her. Let me stand up so I can make sure you're seeing what I'm seeing. And maybe zoom out a little. This is the back of her here, and I'll have to smooth out her hair and everything after everything's dry. And she's got a tassel hanging one down one side, and then a shorter beaded tassel on the other side over here. And then here's the front of her. I got that doll hair, and it was roving that Darla K sent me. Darla K? Darla. Can't remember her last name. But it's wool roving. It's a yarn roving. And I just fluffed it out a little and put it on, I think I put on four pieces wrapped around her head. And then I stitched down the middle to make kind of a part line. And we glued the rose in her hair. Glued a rose on the front here. This on the side is a little bracelet with little flowers on it. She has no arms. I guess the one post I read said doodle dolls don't have arms. But I don't know. I kind of like giving my little dolls arms. But this one has no arms, and here's the tassel on the front. So there's another doodle doll. And I'm going to mark the title of this as a Time for Art post-process video with the doodle doll. And I lost the lid to that quick dry glue. I'm going to order me some more. I lost the lid to this. I don't see it here. Isn't that the way it goes? So thank you guys for coming. I'm going to sign off. I wish you all a good week. Take care of your family. Take care of yourself. Don't let the world get you down. Look at all these beads rolling down into the center. Here, let's push them up this way. Corral them there. Don't let all the negativity in the world get you down. You're bigger than that. Stay happy. Think positive thoughts if you can. There's a little face here and a little face here. So thank you guys for coming. Darla K, there you are. I thought it was Darla K. Sorry, Darla. I couldn't. I wanted to call you Darla Farmington, but your name begins with a K. So thank you. Thank you. So she is about 4 inches tall, her body, and then I would say that the tassel adds another 4 inches to her. Now she should have a hanger up at the top, and maybe I'll do that, but I don't want to do it while everything's still kind of wet. I need to put a hanger, because I will probably hang her off of maybe my lamp out but where my recliner is. Thank you. I still have the little devil to do. I'm doing a little devil doll. We'll work on him. Is that the cap? That's the cap. Where's the glue now? I found the cap. Now where's the glue? Oh dear. And I didn't put the pin back in my... See, this is the way it goes. Let's put the pin back in my glossy accent. Now where's the glue bottle? Here. All right, I got it together. But I think this glue is about done for anyway. But I want to save it because I'm going to get me some more of it. I'm going to order some of this quick grip glue. I really do like it. Sharon Lombard sent me this when she sent that little bead doll. So Dee will be on tomorrow morning at 8:30 Eastern. Janet Nash will be on at 9 o'clock Eastern. And Janet Young comes on after Dee, probably around 12 or 1 o'clock. I lose track of when Janet comes on, Central Time. And I don't know if Lisa's going to stream tomorrow night, but when Lisa, My Eclectic Life, streams, she streams on Monday nights around 6 Central, I believe. She changed her time to an earlier time. And I will see you Tuesday morning. I'll probably work on a different project than dolls. So have a good weekend, what's left of it, and have a really good start of next week. Bye.